Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of Black Man Unfiltered's Barbershop. Y'all know what to do. Hit the like button, hit the chat. Make sure you subscribe. Get ready. We're about to drop this thing now.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. In the world blind. Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, dying to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift. Oh,
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Barbershop. How are you this evening? Let's go ahead and get this thing started. I'm going to go ahead and get the greetings out of the way. Let's go ahead and get the greetings out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and bring the fellas up, man. And the first person I'm going to bring up, y'all know him as Trey's daddy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only, the original Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg, welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate
now, the
you.
next person we want to bring up, y'all know him as the chairman of the 7 Bs. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only.
Good, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Bennett. Go ahead and lay it on us, man. Go ahead and lay it on us.
Well,
man.
again, shout out to the follically free community. I salute all the brothers, the beautiful, the bold and the beautiful, the beneficent, the benevolent ball brotherhood of the BMD network. It is good to certainly be in the house one more time, be with you all tonight, and looking forward to a great conversation.
As always, glad to see
Brother
you, Mr.
Trey,
Bennett.
don't get sucked up into that black hole right there. I'm just saying, yeah, we need you.
Let me go ahead and get the how you doing is out the way. Mr. Bennett, how you doing today, sir?
Doing well. Got through a very productive week, and certainly, that's all about it for me. I took on a new job a few months ago, and now I'm starting to, start to feel like I'm adding the value that I was seeking. So it's good to get into that groove. So life is good.
That's what's up. That's anytime you get a new adventure, man, it's always exciting, brother.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. Trey Ferg, how are you today, sir?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Doing good.
Doing good, sir.
I mean, I'm doing good, man. Retirement life is it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster, man. For real, man.
That's right.
Taking care of responsibilities.
Good.
Trying to,
Yes,
be
indeed.
the best
Enjoy
man
yourself,
that you
man.
be, man. Brother Bennett.
Yes, sir.
I want to say shout out to Gen X, hardworking man, being able to transition into the future and beyond.
Hey,
Continue to get that knowledge and that skill.
100%.
We're going to fight. We need y'all young soldiers to come on.
Yes,
and we
indeed.
need the ladies too.
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. Let me go ahead and get the chat and finally, Zach, who's in the chat. First, we got Josh in the building as always. And we also have Embrace the Grace in the building. Thank you for being here, ladies. And we also have Melania in the group. She's telling everybody happy good evening, everybody. Happy Friday. It's been a long week, y'all. And then also we got a $10 super chat from the Real Bravado Network. He says for the collection plate.
Thank you.
He says the white man gave me permission to take a few minutes on his clock to watch Black Man Unfiltered Barbershop. That's what's up. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get it started, man. I'm gonna go ahead and hit him with his favorite pastor. I just call him Bishop Good Joint.
Yes,
Let me see if I can find the bishop so we can get him started, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it started.
Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. It's Slapper, baby. I'm in this bitch with AJ.
Man, I tell you, that never ever gets old, man.
Well, it's at the end of the older sister with the handkerchief saying, "Go ahead."
Exactly. That never gets old, man. She be hitting it, tells her, go ahead, Alston. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out, man, to the real Bravado Network. For always supporting the channel, man. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Listen, gentlemen, you saw tonight's title, man. What was the first thing you thought? Said, forget your character. Where the money at? I'm gonna start with you, Mr. Bennett. What would you think when you first saw that, man?
I tell you what, it's more important than ever. I mean, I used to get, stats, like reading like what the cost of a house was back in like 1970 or something. It was like $20,000, and just over time, how things gotten so incredibly expensive and whatnot, and like the value of money. It's almost like, what is it? So, it takes a lot more, and people, I think men and women, are being a lot more selective over who they're with. They may say character's important, but they want your credit score. They want your your current debt to savings ratio. It's, for a lot of the way people think today, it is a much bigger deal. The idea of starting with nothing and building up from there. More people simply want to start at a higher level, getting out the gate. So yeah, I think it's reality just of the economics of the day, certainly in the United States, that I think is driving a lot of that attitude. And I got my daughters, all of them are flirted with moving out at some point in time, and I'm saying, what are you going to get out there for the money that you think you're making, 40, 50, 60,000 in the Northeast? What do you think you're going to be able to possibly get for that kind of money? And it's not, so I told him, look, you might as well stay here as long as you want, save your chips, and when you're ready to move, you can move. I'm not in a hurry to have you leave. But the urgency, it's like, I just want to get out and just do my own thing. But you're not going to be doing it for much. And so, or you can move in and get about 4 roommates, and then maybe you might be able to do something. But yeah, I mean, certainly, like I said, Northeast, when you're living in the more expensive areas, it is definitely a factor. And these younger people are certainly putting that into the romance equation more than ever. Back in the day, you used to have Gwen Guthrie, no romance without finance.
It's a nuisance.
Yeah. So now I think that song, they could do a retro. They can release that now, and it may go number 1. I think a lot of those folks are familiar with that, but they could certainly someone do a remake of that one or bring the old one out, and it would probably hit the top of the charts, because I think a lot more people are thinking about that these days.
You better believe it. That money don't stretch like it used to, man. You know what I'm saying?
Not at
This
all.
is how funny it is, man. My granddaddy gave me a Gran Torino, man. You know what I'm saying? When I was probably
Oh man, like the one in the movie?
Yeah, man.
Get off my
like on
lawn.
Starsky and Hutch. You know what I'm saying? I had one of them, and I messed around and found the bill of sales in the glove box. Guess how much you paid for that car, man? Brand new off the showroom floor.
2,500.
About 3,500, because he had the leather top, man. You know what I'm saying? He had the nice wheels and the nice radio. You know what I'm saying?
It was clean.
Yeah.
3,500 clean, all leather from the top to the bottom, man. V8. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, I was like, man, $3,500 for a car. And the house that he built it. It was like a one bedroom house, but over time he added more rooms to it until it was huge. Then he had it bricked up.
Yeah.
It's nice, and it's still nice to this day. It's the nicest house on the block.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And we still maintain it or whatever. That's what's known as the home house. You know what I'm saying? When they passed on with the glory, man, it's it's one of them things. We still keep it up.
That's right.
Right, but the money don't. It's like you said, the money don't stretch like it used to. So it's best that you stack your chips, man. Unless you got one of them pants, like, oh no, you're gonna have to pay me some rent. You know what I'm saying?
Now, I'm not saying I'm against that now. I'm just saying, you give me a little something for, utilities and just, just contribute to the house.
Basically.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm not saying you got to give me $1,500 or $2,000. I'm not saying that at all. But But yeah, just understand that, there's certain things that, you need to be responsible for and whatnot. But yeah, I definitely so it's a balance that you have to strike there. And obviously it's going to be based on their ability to contribute, their job status or whatever,
Right.
And so yeah, so it's a lot of factors, but like I said, it's like with everything. I mean, you think about the athletes, back in the day when, top baseball players, you were considered a big contract if you made $100,000 a year.
Right.
And, free agency came and that opened it up and exploded everything. And so now these guys are making millions. I was listening to it, I think an interview with Charles Barkley. I think he was on Club Shay Shay, and he was talking about when Magic, I think the average, when he came into the league, the NBA player made like $250 a year. That was like the average.
Yeah.
And when Magic Johnson got that $1 million, 25-year, $1 million contract, all those brothers high-fived each other, talking about, because we next. So the bar was set, and it just kind of came up from there. Now you got guys who are even on that good 30, 40 million is like average. You want a superstar, someone's going to crack that 60, 70, 80 million. Luka and those guys, they're going to get paid significantly much more. Certainly as these leagues get these TV deals, local TV deals, and all the network rights. I mean, you be talking about $100 million athletes in the next 10 years or so. I mean, so
and you see why LeBron's stretching his career out over 20 years, man. He got a whole generation under his belt. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Because I'm sure the money is a whole lot different now when he got started than it is, back then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And think about it, you barely had the internet when he came into the league, right? 2003, 2004. Well, certainly you didn't have social media like that. You had
You're right.
YouTube. I don't think YouTube was out yet.
No, YouTube hadn't existed yet.
Yeah. So you might have had MySpace or something like that, but you didn't, it was definitely in the infancy days. So think about, all that's been created since then.
Yeah, the new hotness was Yahoo back then. They had the Yahoo chat rooms, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically, that's what that was. That's where most of this stuff came from anyway. That's how we did social media back then. We didn't have profiles and all this other stuff and stuff on your wall. It was like you go into the chat room and you battle, you know what I'm saying? It was the battle of wits. You know what I'm saying? We came from a long line of wit battlers, you know what I'm saying? So you had to be on top of your game, man. You would get punked up in the Yahoo chat room.
For sure.
Exactly. Trey Ferg, let me ask you a question, man. When you saw the title, what were you thinking, man, when you first saw it, man?
I mean, titles are always interesting, man. I don't know, man. Maybe I think too much about certain things, and I relate it to information I may have learned or experienced. I think that title can go both sides, men and women.
Right.
You need $10,000 more today than you needed 4 years ago.
Right.
And I agree with Brother Bennett. If you have I think this is just how men think. That's a father.
It's 22.
He has children that are really starting to grow up in the chaos that we're talking about, right?
Right.
So if they get out into the world, they're going to be guided in a way. I'm sure they're going to go to college or have a technical skill, whatever path they choose, but they're going to choose something. And then as far as they're being able to stay at home and be protected out by a father, save money, put money away for their future. I'm sure they're going to meet a husband. Ain't going to be no boyfriends. They don't, I think that's the side of what we need in our communities more. And as far as the economic impact, it's starting to show, especially in the Black community. A lot of people have been living in apartments, housing projects, welfare for a long time, and they starting to cut that off. We see what's going on. We standing in quicksand. We can't keep fighting each other about nonsense. The money is running out. Think about it. We still spending $1 trillion on cosmetic shit.
Right.
That makes no sense. That makes a year. It ain't like it's been over 40 years. Grandfather bought a car for $3,500. Everything probably still worked in the car, didn't it?
Oh, it sure did.
Appreciated.
Yep.
But I think now it's like we progression. I feel like when I think about it, like, man, why is it that our youngest and most technological group that has the most of that? They have the science, technology in their face, growing into it, and our social cues are still lacking. You know, I think about like grandfathers like you, people coming out of slavery, they invented stuff. It's all over the world that we using today.
Right.
We money, we blow money. Even, you know, most working men, you know, you should have at least $4,000 or $5,000 in your pocket a year if you
Right.
have no children. You know, you
Right.
working making 35,000 a year. You save your money. You have to save it. Invest it in different things. You got to give yourself a chance. Take some financial classes. Stop
Right.
focusing on the women. The women are going to spend up everybody's money, including the child support, all the social security. They're going to
Right.
spend it all on looking good, getting fake stuff on their body. Might not, you know, and then they cut out the father. You got to bring that father in. It'll change your life.
Right.
Brothers want their children. Give
Right.
them to them. And
Right.
if you don't, if you know he's a bad dude, you knew that before you gave it to him raw. But brother, it'll change your life too. Don't look at that as a bad thing, because the baby will bring money to your pocket, because you're gonna spend money wisely with your child. Make amends for what
Exactly.
you did. The
Exactly.
women, and if they keep going the path, they the ones that are gonna be out on the street. Because other women in other countries, they love big, tall black men that's single and want to work hard for. She'll feed him every day, berries and all that. So, ladies, y'all got to get it together, because y'all fucking us up for real. And you can blame it on Trey Ferg, but hey, I got sisters and wives. I mean, I got a wife, beautiful. I mean, it's a team. Once you get 5 or 10 years, it's a team effort, baby.
Right. You know,
She
I think
win, I win.
you know what I think, Trey Ferg? I think a lot of times, man, people they try to patch and cover up, you know, stuff in their life. You know what I'm saying? If you got one girlfriend, you know, you want to get you about 2, 3 more. Man, that ain't gonna last too much longer. You know what I'm saying? We have a knack for blowing it. You know what I'm saying? My dad told me a long time ago. He said, if your money does not double every 10 years, you messing up. You know what I'm saying? Because that's basically the rate of inflation. It's supposed to be 2%, but as y'all can see, inflation lately has gotten out of hand. You know what I mean? They handed out all that money, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, they're gonna come back for that. I remember when I was younger, man, Mr. Bennett, they talked about Argentina. Remember when they had hyperinflation a long time ago in Germany,
Yeah.
and they used to have to go to the grocery store with a wheelbarrow full of money to
Yeah.
get bread and milk. Remember
That's
that?
right. It had to
Yeah,
break. Indeed.
yeah. So my whole thing is this: when you enter into situations like that, it is very necessary for you to be frugal, you know, with what you're doing, and you also got to have a game plan. Most of the time, most of these people, when they go into the stock market, all they're doing is trying to beat inflation, you know, and they know exactly what the number. They know what the real number is. You know, they tell us it's 2%, but you know the Fed gonna set it for something else. And I think what happens is when you get into relationships with people and they don't have an understanding of what money is, it kind of puts an unfair expectation on what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? They was like, well, my grandfather paid for this, that, and the other, and yeah, you and the cars was $3,500. You know what I'm saying? When the money stretched a little further, you know, but at the same time, you know, granddad wasn't out here in the streets either. You know what I mean? He came home and he gave grandmama the check and they handled business, you know. And the thing about it, Trey, you mentioned something earlier about people being socially awkward. There was a time if you wanted to meet a lady, you had to come out the house, you know. You want to meet somebody, you had to go to the club or you know the local square or the local dance hall or whatever, and that's how you got to know people. And you're absolutely right, man. People are awkward when it comes to other folks. You know, they don't approach people. You know, they don't know how to talk to people right. They hit them in the DMs or whatever. You know, a lot of times people are not concerned about, you know, what they're not concerned about, what you do and all this other. They want to know, hey, where's the money at? You know what I'm saying? They want to know.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
They want to know what you can do for them. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, Trey Ferg. When we came up, man, we had to wrap a taste to the honeys. You know what I'm saying? We had to be like, look at me, look at baby. Let me say something to you. Let me talk to you. Let me say something. You had to rap a taste to him. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of built up your chops. You know, think about it. You remember that, Trey?
Hey, bro, listen, everything you speaking is spot on, man. That's why I can't do nothing but laugh at it. You know, I can I feel like that I could always walk up to that situation and something will be positive out of it.
Right.
At least 50 to 60% of the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if it is what it is in that capacity, you know, but I mean,
see, you guys were blessed, man. So I was the nerd guy. I was the socially awkward guy. So I would go up. That'd be like the knees be knocking and all that kind of stuff. So I came into my stride late until like in my mid-20s. I didn't get into the game, but high school, that wasn't the best experience for me. But some guys grow faster than others. So
yeah, that was it. I was a guy that grew fast, man. I ain't gonna lie. I started palming the basketball in the 7th grade, right? But shit, I got the 5'9" and 3/4 barefooted, and that's where I stayed at. But I can almost dunk the ball, and I was averaging about 17.
Yeah, my brother was like that. My brother was like 5'9" and 3/4.
Yeah, it was it, man. We was the man back then.
Reverse dunk, whatever. Yeah.
You play basketball? You play football too?
Nah. I think he did the football for like 1 year in high school or whatever. But basketball was his passion.
That was my first love.
Yeah, so he went to a D3 school and played. Actually, it's interesting because he met my brother-in-law. They were on the same team together, and we didn't even know it. So when my wife and I hooked up, that was one of those things that we found out about. You know how much we had in common. That they played on the same college basketball team together. So small world.
That's it, man. You know, small world, man. Sure. I mean, because even when I was like, I played football, I could throw the ball 60 yards, man, in the 11th grade. I played running back, quarterback. I used to kick off. I was kicking extra points. I kicked a 32-yard field goal my sophomore year. That was crazy. Then my head coach, he was one of the more racist white guys. He ain't let me kick no more. We had a little kick about 5'4". He couldn't even kick the ball to the 20-yard line on the kickoff, but he was the kicker. I was sitting over there. I was like, but it hurt my knee, and that was it. Because I had inspiration to go to NFL. My father was like all-state football. He went to a school where they only selected you. And he had a mural in the damn locker room. Damn near went over the wall of him, you know, as far as all-state and what he did. He went to Tennessee State, but like I say, he had some issues, but shit. I had a great life, man. Mother could cook like a motherfucker. My mom could barbecue some ribs, man. And that's the only woman I ever let barbecue besides my wife. Because I ain't want nobody messing up my barbecue. Baby, man. So that was a requirement for me. Like, you got to be able to come in that kitchen and have the house smelling like buttered rolls. I'm tripping, man. But yeah,
houses smell a whole lot different back in the day.
I'm gonna butter roll your ass in the kitchen, dog. Over all that. I'm talking too much.
No, you ain't.
You left those windows open for a reason, though. That aroma will go all the way. You smell that food coming up the block.
Ain't that how the kids came home? Everybody followed the smell.
Man. Exactly. You walk in the door and you smell hot buttered rolls. You know what I'm saying? Coming through. You knew exactly what was for dinner by what you smell. You like, oh yeah, them rolls. That's cube steak. Is that corn? You know what I'm saying?
Listen, my mama used to make everything, and I never saw a recipe. I'm telling you, my mama could do the grill. She can make, and we used to have a big picnic in my family growing up. From the time I remember, it was about 80 of us on my mama's side, because she had 7 sisters, and they all was married, and everybody had children. You know, so every 4th of July, like Memorial Day and Labor Day, we get together and just be. By the time we bring our friends and everybody, it'd be about 150 people, just first cousins, second cousins. I had cousins, shit, they kids the same age as me.
Right. You know what, Mr. Bennett, earlier you talked about being a late bloomer. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of figured that I think I was a late bloomer too, man, because I didn't know what I was doing, man. I was on the football team or whatever. But I was offensive lineman. You know, women didn't, you know, pretty much gravitate to the offensive lineman. They like quarterbacks and the wide receivers, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let me tell you what threw me for a loop. One day, it was this chick. I think she was a junior. I think I was a freshman. And she walked up to me. She said, "You have the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen." I was at a loss for word. I didn't know what to say. All I was like, "Well, thank you, man." I ain't asked for the phone number or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear what I said?
Man, I fumbled the ball, man. But I tell you this, when I left high school or when I got to college, I made up for it. You know what I'm saying?
You
It's
made
just,
up for it, yeah.
man, what? You know what I'm saying? You in a different environment, you know, you can do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? That was a whole different ball game. You know what I'm saying? These women in college was different. You know, they thought different. They moved different. You know, high school, you know, you take that for granted. You're like, "I don't see you again next year." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think sometimes, man, being a late bloomer will make you more focused. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't waste a whole lot of time with a whole bunch of hanging out with the wrong crowd. You know what I mean? That type of thing. So I think sometimes that helps. And I think most late bloomers probably do better financially later on down the road because of discipline.
Right.
You know, either they'll wind up going to the military or whatever, you know?
Yeah. But you still have to come to a point. Like I said, I really didn't hit my confidence stride. Actually, I was almost 40 years old.
Right.
So it's like, again, my first 20 years is very chaotic, to say the least.
Right.
And certainly college, I think, was a great advance for me in that I was out on my own and, you know, just being in an environment, being involved, getting involved, you know, with organizations, surrounding myself with, you know, other black men who are upwardly mobile. I think that did a lot for my self-confidence. And then once you get out into the field, you know, you and I were both in the tech space. So again, you know, coming into my own there was, you know, certainly useful, but really, you know, and all that time, you know, I can look back at it and say, from experience, to say that, you know, certainly late blooming has certainly benefited me. But I tell you, but going through it, when I was seeing dudes who were like in high school or college, who you knew were no good, and everybody knew they had a reputation, and I would shake my head, it's like, she getting with him? Yeah. Do you know who? Does she understand who that dude is? You just gonna be another number on a notch on his belt.
That's right.
But he would pull them, and it would just, you know, that was just a head scratcher to me. And but my sister, she would always you know, speak to me and said, look, you're gonna get yours later. That was kind of like her thing. You're gonna get yours, but it's gonna come later. And but it's good advice, but it is tough to hear sometimes when you're in the middle of it and you're like, you know, when is it gonna fashion me? And I had to go, you know, do a lot of just building. Actually, probably one of the best things that happened to me in hindsight was I was in an auto wreck at 23. I was 23 years old. It was a major auto wreck, and I had to like build my body up. I had to learn how to walk. I was in a halo. I, you know, went through this big recovery.
Right.
But that's what started me, you know, in the fitness journey.
Right.
You know, building myself up, taking the gym seriously, really getting in there. Because like I said, when I graduated college, I was 6'3" and 147 pounds. So I wasn't packing a whole lot.
Right.
But once I got serious about the gym, this might have been about 2000. Yeah, about year 2000, just when my first daughter was born. And then something just clicked. And then I just really became dedicated to the gym and just that environment and building myself up. And I learned so much in that process of still recovering, because again, the injuries, they were with me for several years. And but that process and what it did for me, not just physically, but what it did for the mind up here.
Right.
Really helped me to, you know, start to understand. It's like, yeah, you know what, you are something. Yes, you have overcome a lot. Yes, you know, look at where you were and look at where you are now. So, you know, sometimes that struggle, you know, can be a positive thing if you look at it with the right perspective. But yeah, I'd say probably by the time I turned 40, I was starting to feel myself a little bit. Right. Even my wife started to notice the difference. It's like, yeah, you're starting to develop a little bit of a swag now.
That's right.
And it became very attractive. You know, she was attracted to me before, but it became even more so in that phase now. So yeah, you know, the road was definitely longer for me, but it was just staying. Like I said, once I got, you know, consistent with that, and once I tied the mental, physical, and spiritual together, and started really just, being focused, as you said earlier, on that.
Right.
That's what started the snowball rolling downhill, and I just got better with it over time. But yeah, my first, I say, to age 21, 22,
Right.
I had very little going on. But yeah, it's been a process.
Sometimes disappointment will have you focused, man.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Especially if you get started late. The thing about it is when you're a late bloomer, man, your focus is a whole lot different. It's a whole lot different because you're not distracted.
Yeah,
You know what I
for
mean?
sure.
And a lot of people get distracted along the way, go to school and then people stop showing up in class and you heard so-and-so got somebody pregnant.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, here we go. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
Having a certain amount of friends, that do certain things for you, you know what I mean? That's tight knit, that help you out. But
That's right.
generally when you're in that gym and you start feeling them muscles rippling, it's kind of hard to stop, man.
Well, it was for me, it was about, I think, the change. It was because, like I always said when I started, I said, okay, I just want to get, I'm 147. Let me get to about 160. So I kind of set these goals.
Right.
And then the thing is like goals only get you to a point, but it's not about the goal. It's about the process.
Right.
So I said, okay, I get to 160. Now let me get to 170 and then 175. So the process of going through, I fell in love with that more so than the result. And I think that kind of attitude, I think it even carried over to the way I raised my kids.
Right.
Because I told my kids, I'm not interested necessarily in the result. Like your grades, like I never judge my kids on their grades.
Right.
I always judge my kids on the process. How did you get the grade?
Right.
So if I see you knocking it out, you studying hard as you can or whatever, and the best you can come up with is a C+ or a B, I'm good with that. Now we can talk about, okay, how we can improve from here, but I wasn't going to be one of those parents that's like, oh, you didn't get an A, so, you there's something wrong with you or whatever. No, I was like, if that's the best you can do for your effort, I'm good with that. Right. And generally my attitude has been, as long as your process is good, the result kind of takes care of itself. So I'm always talking to my girls now about mindset and how you think. What conclusions do you come through? When you're thinking about doing something, have you thought about all of the things in place? Have you done your due diligence in those spots? And I think if you do those things, again, the results are generally going to work themselves out. So that's just been something that, just from my experience and what I certainly share with my daughters, is that fall in love with the work. Right. Like I said, the game. Coaches used to tell me all the time, the game should be the easy part. You know what I mean? Right. But the practice, that you put in. I know that big thing with Allen Iverson talk about practice. We talk about practice. I hated
practice. But practice was always harder than the regular.
That's what
game,
I'm saying. Man. Yeah, the game was the fun part.
Yeah.
But yeah, them 2 days, especially you played football the summer, the August,
right?
Practice in August. It's like y'all ain't getting water.
Practice in July.
Yeah. So I'm saying, but that piece I tend to fall in love with. And the thing with me, like I said, I wasn't even when I was on those teams. Like I said, I wasn't very good. But the one thing about the practice also was I could always participate. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't good enough to suit up and start in the game, but I could practice.
Right.
And that kept that in and of itself let me know I can be with the guys. So I'm going to go through the same grind as you. You might run faster than me. You may, be stronger than me or whatever, but I can go through that grind. So I just fell in love with that. And so that's just how I think. It's like, my wife, when she does something, like I'm always questioning, okay, how did you do the process? If you're preparing for something, what work did you put in? And like I said, but results, I really don't concern myself with. But put yourself to the grind and see what happens. That's just work for me.
But Brother Vinny, you said something really interesting a little while ago, and lost in translation. We talked about it in the back about as you got to age 40, your mind shifted. You know what I'm saying? And I think, and that's why I say, think about the 21 to 41 today, Brother Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
You understood relevance in your mindset. despite whether you was at the place you wanted to be, you understood relevance and being relevant. And that, I think that understanding of manhood it's missed from a lot of years of young man's lives today. You know, even though you wasn't in front, you were still in the race.
Yeah.
You know,
And just like in the poll, it's almost like you're in a, like, you know, you got the races coming up this week. You have the pole position, right?
Yeah.
So I might have been like in row 11.
Right.
But
you was
I
in
just-
the race, though.
I
You was
just,
in the
and I
race.
kept creeping up. That's the thing
Right.
too. So I'm like,
And
because it's interesting how many, you know, when you think about like especially the Indy 500 or whatever, like, you know, how many pole winners actually win.
Not very
It's
many.
not that high of an
Right.
average, or row one wins the race. You know, you have guys
Right.
come out of middle of the pack or whatever, you know, because all kinds of things happen, accidents happen, and, you know, blowouts and all that kind of stuff.
Right. But see, I relate all that to sports. Everything about what you talk about is sports. I relate it to real life. And some people start out early in the race and winning, but the distractions come and they get tired and slow down. And me, I've always believed that for us, we are we should always be in the race. I've always felt like that, you know, like you growing up. Like I said, I was a sports guy easy. You know, I understood I had to work to keep my grades to be eligible. You know, I graduated, I was eligible to play D1, but again, like I said, I hurt my knee, so it was ugly. So, but I still understood I wanted to be relevant. So I went to college. I didn't want to take out student loans even back then. Then I found myself wanting to work, joined the military, got out, knew I had to go to school. I used to be in the military talking about these things that are happening today.
Right.
And when I come home, people wouldn't believe me. I'm like, man, it's going to be totally broken down in 25 years. So I said, let me get out. I didn't want to do 200 years. Then I hurt my back in the military. I had surgery. So I'm like, I'm going to go to school, use up the benefit. It changed my life once I got my degree. And I thought I'd been into the military. Man, I've always been able to work the job that I wanted, make the money. I've always been sort of frugal with myself. You know, I like to dress at work, but I don't just go out and drink and party and booze. You know, I don't do it. But I've always kept my own spot, my own place, especially when I was single. From the time I got out of school in 2001 to 2013, oh my God. There's beautiful women all over the country, man.
Yeah, but they get you in trouble.
The ones that was ratchet, I wouldn't touch them. I wouldn't put my hands on them. I'll stay away from them. I was making enough money to do what I want, take care of all my responsibility.
That's right.
And
Speaking
of
beautiful women, we're going to give a $2.99 super chat sticker from the Elevated Mind Healer. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Well, we're moving on now.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support. And if you guys want to hit the super chat, I'm going to make sure I get the banner up too, man, and make sure that if you want to support the channel, it's always there for you. You know what I mean? And go ahead, Trey Ferg. You was talking about making sure so many people,
just making that shift for manhood. You know, I think, right, like I said, I've been saying it. It's critical right now for a young man. You know what I'm saying, to not give up and not give up on themselves. Stop focusing on what cannot put you in a position to be successful. We see all the ratchetness out here, all of it. We see it. The immigrants are coming to take these skills. And young black men, you cannot be on the sideline. Go work out, build gyms together, resource together. Keep it ethical. Keep it protected for the kids. Keep it protected. And man, it'll change fast, but it's like we standing still, man. We standing still. Man, come on, man. Continue to do what you got to do. Stop focusing on the women, fellas, man.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
You know what? It's my last thing. I need all young brothers to make it to age 40 45. So your age of wisdom can kick in. It needs to kick in. And when it kick in, it'll change your life. But in the meantime, just work. Just put in the work. It might come sooner if you do it early.
Right.
Right. You know, it's something you said, Mr. Bennett, earlier, man, about the women would always choose the guys of low character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't care nothing about no money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why you being his side piece when you could be my queen? You know what I'm saying? Why you playing,
They used to
baby?
kill me all the time.
You know, they would rather be one of many. And you know, the killer part about it, we see that play out all the time, man. People always complaining about the high value man is always surrounded by lovely women. What you think? You know, it's one of them things people don't care nothing about your character, you know, until after the fact, you know.
Mhm.
The next thing you know, when I'm in the church and I need somebody to take care of, you know, me, and I want a male provider, you know what I'm saying? All this other stuff. Yeah,
Right.
after the fact. You know what I mean? So why do you think that is, man? You know, I know provision is one of them things,
Well,
but why do you think that is?
honestly,
They say that women mature faster than us, but you know, judging by this, it just doesn't seem logical.
I'm challenging though the thought that this is new. Like, have women ever cared about our character?
Not really.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you go back to think about, you know, like biblical characters or whatnot. And, you know, Job's wife said, you just cursed at God and died.
Wow.
So I'm
Just
like,
go ahead and get it out the way. You know?
yeah, right. And so, or David's wife, when he, I think they brought the ark back and he got so happy, he danced himself out of his clothes, and his wife was like, you acting a fool out there. So,
Right. You're making a fool out yourself.
I mean, so I don't know if it's ever been like this idea. You know, maybe that's the illusion that character was important. And I don't know if it's ever been that important. When you had some of these guys back in the day had 700 wives and 300 concubines or whatever, I don't think they were worried about the dude's character. So I think it's almost like an Oprah thing. You know what I mean? Like when Oprah came on the scene, people started thinking, and in a lot of places, rightly so, about mental health and status in society and your emotions and things of that nature. But I think that's something that's relatively new, maybe in the past 40, 50 years, where this whole idea of quote unquote character became so important. Like that's the thing that a woman should look for. But I think men of older generations, I think, knew that they had to provide.
Right.
I mean, that was just part of manhood. So I think, you know, the Gen Xers, I guess what we were exposed to, and now the millennials and excuse me, and the Y generation came after that.
Take your time, Mr. Bennett. Take your time. Get your little water, sir.
Yes, sir. So I don't know what happened with with that with us, that we, I think, got that, but I don't know if the boomers, when that was like a thing that was taught to them. I mean, I wish our pain was here tonight.
Yeah.
To talk about that. So yeah, I just think this is a relatively new thing that came in, and the fact that people are starting to realize that no, that wasn't the way to go. It's almost like, you know, in the 70s and 80s, we got exposed to Dr. Spock and all these pop psychologists and all these people.
Right.
But prior generations always knew.
Right.
Man always knew that, you know, you grow up, you have to be able to take care of yourself. You have to be a provider. The idea of staying home in your 30s, still playing video games or whatever, those are things that just weren't introduced into the culture.
Right.
Of any, I think of any culture. The idea was to man up. You were, again, and then this is something I was, you know, I've been talking about this in several streams now, about we're not raising adults, we're raising children.
Absolutely.
And that's a problem. Like, I think, you know, as if you have sons, you need to be raising your successors.
Right.
You know what I mean? They should be a better version of you in as many aspects as possible. So if you were the athlete, your son or daughter, because you had more resources to give them, more coaches or nutrition or whatever, they should be a better athlete than you were. Right. Educational opportunities, they should be able to be in some respects smarter than you were. And so, but I think there's something happened in that, again, that 70s, 80s world where we kind of fell off of that a little bit.
Right.
But I think the time, the clock is running out. Right. So I don't mind when a woman says, forget your character, show me the money.
Right.
At least I'm at the point now where it's like, my wife, she could say all these things about me. How much, how smart I am and how wise I am, and right. You're a character and you're just a good person and all that. But I'm not stupid enough to say that, okay, well, if I lose my job, that's one thing, or through no fault of my own, then it's like, but
you better not quit.
And I better not stay on the couch too long. Like, so,
right.
So again, I just got this job 6 months ago.
Right.
And I started basically day one, like, or even prior to that. Right. Looking for the next, opportunity. I didn't and even when I was home, I did, that was opportunity to do home improvement stuff that need to be done. You have stuff that you just get to later, or just because of the weekend and you're tired or whatever. Right. But I got all this time off. So the stuff that I've been putting off all that time, guess what, is getting done. So right. Painting outside, painting inside, getting rid of old stuff, xeriscaping the land. So I was productive every day. Like I just got up. I got up at a certain time and I made every day productive. That was not an opportunity for me to sleep in.
Right.
So my wife, she could say all the great things about my character and all that, but I have no, I'm not offended in the least. If she said, okay, now what we gonna do? What's the money situation looking like? What's the job prospect looking like, or what have you? I understand that I better get myself back to work. That's and right. that's just something that I, going to accept. And I think a lot of men would be a lot better off rather than being so put off by a woman, not caring about your character.
Right.
But you need to be about your business.
That's
to
right.
be able to provide first for yourself. Because like I was saying earlier, I mean, just the cost of everything now, like I said, North Jersey, New York, an average apartment is $2,500.
Yep.
A month here. I mean, that's a mortgage payment. When I bought my house, that was the average mortgage payment was that.
Right.
So it's like, for yourself, you need to be able to level up so you can take care of you.
Right.
Before you even think about trying to, take care of someone else.
Right.
But we already knew from a while back. I mean, the single income phenomena that's been going for a long time. Right. Mothers worked, and sometimes both people have multiple jobs.
Right.
So that paradigm is also shifted. I think people just need to accept that. Yeah, right. It takes two incomes. Unless you're a real baller like that, unless you're making $300,000-$400,000 and up. That idea of having a stay-at-home wife is not a reality, at least not in this area.
Yeah, you can be frugal, but frugal to a point.
You
know what I'm saying?
So I I'm trying to think, did I ever embrace that mindset? And I honestly, I can't think if I ever did. That my character is so good. No, I always kind of knew, I need to make money.
Right.
So I'm not offended. I'm not offended by that. Right. So it's really a question for the men. Why are you offended at that? That this is how it's always been. So why are we getting sensitive now?
You absolutely are. I just thought about it, man. We came up, we wanted things for ourselves,
mm-hmm.
and we knew we had to go get it. And sometimes we would have 2 and 3 jobs, man.
Exactly.
When I was coming up, man, we cleaned the church. That was one job. And of course, we cut other people's grass. That was our little side hustle.
Absolutely.
And then we always had us another job working at McDonald's somewhere. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Getting the money was one of those things where you just had to get it. You know what I'm saying?
And in my case, it was essential for the household. Like the money I made is interesting. My brother, when I said earlier, he was dunking the basketball at 5'9". He was like the great college athlete, whatever.
Right.
didn't finish school, he had to get an average job, and he never made a lot of money. And in that household, it was when I'm living with my dad and my brother at age 14. So it was me and so it's the three of us. They always asked me for, so I was working since I was able to work, like 15, 16. They had a college works, a high school program where you worked the summers at the high school. You painted the high school. Right. You took a scraper. You scraped all the gum off the undersides of the desks.
Right.
You did the stuff outside. You moved furniture from one school to, you did that. And after that, I went to my other job at McDonald's. As soon as I was able to get a job at McDonald's, so I went and worked that job.
Yep.
So I'm in, like, this is 1986, and I'm clearing $500-600 a week in 1986. So my brother was like, "Yo, you got some money?" I'm like,
I got some money.
you know what
I'm saying?
So that paradigm was set like very, very early. I used to love looking at my bank account and just seeing like the money, like, just going up. But again, it got to a point where my dad, he was retired, but he was working a security guard job. But sometimes I had to contribute in.
Yep.
And my brother, he would come and he said, "Yeah, man, I'm pay you back. I don't think I ever got a dime back of that money.
So how you gonna pay me back? You know what I'm saying?
So I didn't qualify. I didn't qualify for the summer jobs. It was
didn't qualify?
Because I had a father in the home. We lived in a house, and when they were doing the summer jobs, I would go sign up. I mean, the first year, like my younger brothers and sisters, it was 4 of them. They all got a job. Even the sister that's 3 years older than me got a job. I'm a middle child. I did not qualify. I didn't get my first job until I got out of high school.
Oh, wow.
But here's the thing.
I was on my third job by the time I left high school.
But when I turned 14, I got me a pair of clippers from a department store with the wall adjustables. I learned how to cut, and I had a steady hand so I could line people up and get fresh cuts. So everybody else was working. I was getting about $80 to $100 a week back then off their money, and I was saving that money. Look, my father came to me one time, and he worked at Louisville Slugger for some lunch money. I'm like, man, what you talking? I had to go. Then I caught him going in my stash at a young age. And since then, I ain't never stopped making money. Never.
Nope. Like I said, I had three jobs in college. I still have my McDonald's job up through I think my second or third year.
Right.
I worked for the school, university. I was in the computer department, and I made money on the side. Back in high school, I got real good at typing. We used to take typing in high school.
Yeah, that was class.
And you had the old typewriter, so you had A space, B space. Then when I got my first Mac, I was typing 60, 70 words a minute. So college papers, pay me $25. I'll write your paper up. Gotcha. So I had a side gig doing that. And I also got good at the computer. So I would do desktop publishing. So I was doing like, you need a flyer, you need something. I was good with the Apple Macintosh. When that mouse came out, that was like revolutionary right there. When I got my first Mac.
Mouse.
So I just got good at graphics, desktop publishing, graphic art. So I was always hustling, like, again, to make money. That was just something that I just never wanted to be without money. So as early as I could get in. So with my daughters, we set the standard like 16. When you work, we're going to have some changes. So we're not buying you everything. Like there's levels. So we'll still get you your necessities, right?
Right.
But if you want extra, so we'll give you Skechers shoe money, which
but
they
you
hate.
Earn your Nikes, you know what I'm saying?
Which they hate. The idea of Skechers was like them grandmama shoes or whatever. Absolutely. But so we'll give you Skechers in the budget. Now, if you want the Nike Airs, the Air 95s,
right,
that's gonna come from the money that you make.
Yes, sir.
Speak of
in your job. So we set that as so again, all my girls know is work. If they're not working, they're like, and so like my oldest, she was funny at first. She man, get across some people that's like, just live home. I was like, oh, what do you mean you're not working? Or it's like, when she was working, she's always had 2 jobs. She works at a hospital and she works at a local doctor's office. She just quit that job. Now she's gotten a lot more hours at the hospital now to say, but she's like, what are you guys talking about? It's just here. It's in her mindset that you have to work to live, work to eat, work to whatever. So that was always something. And I kind of looked at some of my friends who were like, they had their sons and daughters in sports. Again, I love sports, participated as much as I could. I'm not upset with parents who want to get your son or daughter in travel team and go all over the country and do all that. But I'm thinking at some point, sometime or something, these kids never had a job. And I think you lose something when you don't have to work in a team. I mean, obviously you're working in a team environment, but making your own money, especially as a son, unless I knew my son like very early on, okay, he's going to be, he's got some freaky, he's 13 and he's already 6'2" already, or 6'5". So, you got to show me something for me to make that kind of investment to say, okay, I think, he may be going in this direction here. Right. But some of my friends, they're like, their kids were like average, like, you're undersized. Yeah, you might be a good baller on your high school team, but you're not going harder than this. But he had him in, if it wasn't basketball, it was baseball all year round. I'm like, and he's just like, in like his second, third year in college. Now he's finally just getting a job. I'm like, man, so if I have, absolutely, maybe at 14 or whatever, I may start paying a little money, do some chores or whatever, cut the grass. Yeah, I may give you a little something or whatever, but I want that idea of work for pay. Right. I want that instilled. That should be instilled very early on in a young man, and then let it go from there. And once you start making your own money, yeah, you start, making more decisions on what you want. You want the Jordans, you want the whatever. Fine, you can do that. Save 10%. Teach them some financial responsibilities, but I think that has to be there. So again, this idea of, show me your checkbook or show me your whatever. Yeah, that should not be an offense. Right. Guys should be proud to say, look, this is what I got going on. And if we're not raising our boys with that, then we're doing something wrong, in my humble opinion.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the one and only Mr. Bennett and Mr. R. Payne. Give it up for him. R. Payne, welcome to the show, sir.
Yeah, gentlemen, how you doing tonight? How's everybody?
Good, sir. Good to see you, bro.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, what's going on, man? So,
actually, I had a question for you earlier.
Yes, sir.
We were talking about, the title of the show being about character. Like when you were growing up or in your day, how much did women talk about character? Because I think the character thing is almost like a millennial, or Gen X thing. Like it came like late, like the Oprah generation talked about character. But baby boomers and prior, it was, to me, it was always about the money or about your provision or whatever. It wasn't like, oh, well, he's such a good person. I don't recall older generations where that was like number one on women's minds. I think that's almost like a new thing that's been introduced. But I think men have always known, at least up until very recently, that you better get out there and grind. If you want a woman, especially if you want a woman, or if you want a woman to respect you, all that good nature and good listener and high character stuff is all well and good. But if that's not taken care of, then I don't want to hear about that.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because back in the day when I was younger, I think not just men, but women were wired also to, I think a lot of them, not everybody, of course. Mm-hmm. I think we were wired differently as people. Women expected to get married, have children. Men expected to get married and take care of their family, because that's all your parents, your greatest generation folks, your silent generation folks, everybody was married. So it wasn't like a thing for you to work. And one of the things that happened in New York, that's where I lived, they used to have these things called the manpower programs. The programs where they took the youth in the summer, they gave us all jobs. Yeah. And when they killed that program, it turned the youth all across America into the Lord of the Flies, because we didn't have nothing to do.
One of the flies.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Bro,
Yeah,
Pain.
man.
You went from
Man.
having a structured job as a youth. I mean, we're talking about everybody. When you got your working papers at 14, you went out and you worked. They took us to a park. We cleaned the parks. We
Yep.
did this. I worked at a police station.
Yep.
I did all kinds of stuff. I used to ride my bike across the Bronx to the police. And it was just something you do. You worked, you got your little bit of money, nobody bothered you. Want some Converse, because that's back then the canvas Converse, high
Or
top,
Pro-Cats.
and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Pro-Cats. I mean, that's the way it was. And then the girls, men's character was kind of set because the women were a little different.
Right.
There wasn't everybody. There was people, of course, there were the chicks who were stroking everybody, but most guys, you had to come with the good girls. You had to come correct. You had to have some shit with you, not just a job. You had to have some decorum when you moved to them if you wanted something serious, and they demanded that of you to really get past go. I mean, it was funny because you was able to tell the difference from the chicks who were stroking everybody and the ones who said, "Listen, you know what? I'll kiss you and work out, but you ain't getting past first base. Not getting past first base." And that's just one of those kind of things. And then shit just exploded downhill from there. We all know the factors and the reasons. We have to go through that. So yeah, character mattered, but it wasn't one of the things you had to talk about because it was if you were a serious dude.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about that serious. If you were just a regular dude getting a job and you wanted a wife, you came differently than the guys who just was stroking. And because even some of the toughest dudes, some of the guys were the it guys, when they found some women, they married them.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things.
You know what, our panel just thought about something, man, that you just said, man. Here's the thing. When you were doing your thing as a man, you really didn't do it for the women. You did it for yourself.
It was just,
and the women just kind of gravitated to you. You know what I'm saying?
There
And
you
you
go.
kind of had your pick. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go.
How
Come
says,
on, bro.
yeah.
I think simp culture really messed some stuff up because you had guys on the side sliding women money for good graces. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, baby, if you come over here and you let me holler at you for a minute, I'll get your hair and your nails done. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. And guys like us, now says you should be handling that yourself. You don't qualify for hanging around me. Because if you waiting on me to get your hair and your nails done, you're gonna be a bald head, scallywag.
Hey, look, there was two things guys used to do. We never used to complain about paying for the first date. But the women didn't ask you to take the women didn't ask you to take them to the Taj Mahal either. Any date was good.
Right.
How much you pay was up to you, how much you liked the woman, right? You said, I'll put a little bit more on it. If I'm just trying to, see if I can get past the first, you put a little less on it. But they didn't give you I don't want to go to the whatever, Cheesecake Factory. I don't want to go to McDonald's. You got to take me out somewhere else.
Best dates are Pain.
So
I don't think that was in our nature to take women to McDonald's either.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's exactly right. But if you did,
you and your girlfriend went, I know.
I don't know. If she liked you though, it didn't.
She wouldn't care.
It didn't matter. McDonald's was fine, or the local the town pizzeria was fine, or whatever.
Let's go get a pie. Shit, are you kidding me? Let's go get a pie.
Listen, in the history of mankind, I have never heard a woman say, "You know what? Take me to McDonald's, baby."
No, I didn't say they asked for it. I'm just saying if that's what, especially if you're in high school. I don't think the thing the crazy thing now is like you got these girls in high school wanting Del Frisco's or whatever, or Ruth Chris. That's wild to me right now. I mean, the movies with some popcorn or whatever, and McDonald's afterwards or whatever. That was generally enough.
Yeah, it was enough.
But I'm talking high school now. So again, you're not even driving. It's like your parents are driving you to the movies or
man, we wanted to upgrade. We went to Jack in the Box.
No.
Jack in the Box.
Hey, Applebee's, Olive Garden, man. What are you talking about?
That was high end, man.
Yeah,
that was anniversary. If we were in high school, that was anniversary.
That's right.
That's Valentine's Day.
I
That's
was
right.
rolling like that. So
You had to
Applebee's, man.
Hey Trey,
Yeah, my
first, you
mama-
had to be special to get you
Get the family car.
salad. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
I would get the car and put $10 in it. Man, come on, let's ride up the river. What are you talking about?
Mm.
Yeah,
What-
man.
And it
Shoot,
really
man.
didn't matter what car you had. Like
It really did.
us, if you had
As long
a
as you was
car
rolling,
that
yeah.
drove,
Oh,
that
forget
wouldn't stop,
Roll.
that we had to push to the next thing. It's like, oh, he got a car?
Yeah.
And the windows rolled up and
Because we only had maybe 1 or 2 guys came from the rich families or whatever, and they would show up in there, Audi 4000s or 5000. What I mean, a couple of guys sprinkled here and there had that or whatever, but most of those guys were jerks anyway. But I mean,
Exactly.
but still, if you had wheels, it didn't matter. So again, it was very different back in the day.
Man, let me tell you, when we came up, man, we had, here's the thing, you didn't have no high-end car. You had that car that your granddaddy gave you, you know what I'm saying? And you would put a sound system in that bad boy. Back in the day, we used to put 6x9s and 12s in the trunk.
That's
and you used
right.
to come around the corner, listen to Outkast, you know what I'm saying? And they
That's
used to
right.
have that beat playing, let me dig off in your brain, folks falling like rain. You know what I'm saying? Man, let me tell you, when you came down the street with that, it didn't matter.
It didn't
what you was
matter.
riding. As long as they heard you coming before they saw you, you already knew what was up. You
Hey,
know?
let me ask y'all, did y'all have a friend that put a house speaker in the back of their car?
Yes, sir.
Speak house, not a house.
A house.
Yeah, a house
speaker,
Now they would
man.
get them Alpines, that
Audio
Ken
technicals,
with
you
the
know what I'm saying?
Alpines or
Yeah,
whatever.
with
That
Alpine.
was high end, but
Yeah, it was high end. I used to have all that
If
shit.
you had an Alpine radio, you was top of the line back in the
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
With
But that's the thing,
pull-out
and it didn't matter. You said you could have, like I said, your car beat up.
Right.
Guys would put so much focus on the sound system.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could even see it. Like they didn't have it. The cars weren't modular then, where the system slides in and out. You could
Right.
tell someone cut it out and put the Alpine in there, but it
Right.
didn't matter. As long as your sound system was good, the rest of the car, it could have rust on it or whatever. You were still the man back then.
That's right. We used to have to
Hey,
tune
you guys
them.
know I still have my Bose speakers from college.
What?
I
Yeah.
had the big
They call,
Bose
look,
speakers.
shout out to Bose. Back
Yeah.
then, Bose was like Sony, like the quad. They were like the quad. They were number one
Quad number. Yeah, I
in
still have those,
quality.
man.
Back if you had a Bose system in your house, especially them early home theater systems that they were putting in. If you had a Bose, that was like the top. So
Yep. Bose still is the best. They
The
still
Bose
call
is still
Bose
good. Their quality still good.
yeah, I don't know if it's gonna last 30 years. I mean, you're talking 40. That's the thing. I mean, the quality of things.
Since
I
the
remember, like-
70s, 79s, 80, I still have my whole system at my house set up.
Yep.
My room in my apartment with the Bose
polish
speakers, man.
Right.
At the
What was your
amplifier,
deck? What you had? Techniques? What you have as your deck?
techniques.
Techniques.
Techniques was it, man.
Technique,
Top of the
man.
line, man.
There you
Yes,
go.
sir.
If you know. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
You know.
A turntable technique, man.
That's
Are
it.
you kidding me, man? Shoot, Parliament Funkadelic going all day long, man.
They don't know. They don't know. Some Rick James. Come on, some
You
Haslett Brothers.
I
already
was in
know.
Buffalo where Rick James, that's his hometown.
Mm-hmm.
He owned the place. We used to come. We used to have free concert Cameo,
Yeah.
Ohio
Cameo.
Players,
Yeah.
Mass Production.
Right.
You know, we used to just jam.
Jam. Ain't nobody
Music was
having
our
no
thing,
fun.
man. Music was our thing. Think about it. When I came up, I had a old beat up car, but at the end of the day, I was a music major, so of course, I want my stuff to sound flat
Yeah.
and accurate. So what I did was I had 2 12s in the trunk. I had 4 6x9s in the window. I had 8-inch speakers in the doors, and I had tweeters mounted on the B pillar and the A pillar. And I had a amp for the subs. I had an amp for my mids, and I had an amp for my highs. And I wired all of that up when I was younger than 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I had that thing tuned. It sounded like an orchestra in there. And the first song that I played in there was that Jeanne, if I could nail my heart right. Boom, boom. Man, when I tell you that used to hit, that used to hit, man.
Yeah.
Oh my
Man,
God.
Luther sounded
You know, back in
different
my
than
day, we had the guys with diamond in the back, sun rooftop,
Yeah.
big in the scene with the gangster lean.
Curtis Mayfield. That's what
Oh,
you
yeah.
RP you and Shaft, y'all cousins, ain't you? Ain't you and Richard Roundtree, the original Shaft?
Yes, yes.
You was dressing like that, wasn't you? Because I had me some stacks.
You know what? I used to go to move. I was always a nerd back then, so I was even that. I didn't even try to be. I had a pair of Playboys that can go,
Right.
you know,
Okay,
and
yeah. You
and
had
if
some
you had
stacks.
Playboys that had to have that little curve in the back, had to have that little line in the back of the shoe, or else they were
Yeah.
imitation. So everybody used to take your shoes. Let me see the back.
Man,
Oh,
let
do
me
you
tell
have
y'all,
this little thing
That's
in the
what's
back?
up.
that 81
$250.
Malibu, remember that?
$250. That's right.
Yes,
Chevy
yes.
Malibu. Respect.
And my brother had a pearl white 81 Malibu, so I
Oh,
know
man.
exactly what car he was talking about.
Man,
Yes,
dude,
sir.
That's
That
what's
was the
up,
car
man.
right there.
Yes, sir.
$250.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That was back in the day, man. You can get away with it then, you know.
But then
But
before they put all the high tech computers in the cars, the fuel injection. I mean, you see how the car with the carburetor.
right.
Again, them the cars. Like I said, my dad, and his friends, they all worked at like Ford, GM, so they all knew how to work on cars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then once they started getting electronic, then that
Right.
I was
Yeah,
like, if you,
they took that away.
that board
They
goes,
used to
then you
leave
got to
a
take it
space
in.
for you to work on cars too. Remember that? Now
Yes.
you open up an engine, all you see is the top of the bay, and that's it, bro.
It's
You are
covered
not
up.
sticking
And
your
he changed
hand
the oil
nowhere
on
in
the
no
car.
engine bay no more.
Mm-mm.
We used to
you
change
can't
our
change.
own plugs out. Remember that? We used to change our
Oh, yeah.
plugs and wires. We did our own tune-ups. You know what I'm saying? Now
I
it's
won't
like,
even change. I won't even touch the
no,
oil.
player.
Oh man, you don't want to
Yeah.
touch
We got to
the
hook that today. The first thing they say is, we got to hook that up to the computer, man.
Yeah, everything hooked up to the computer now. You got to get a specific centimeter level balance. It's
Yeah.
Well,
all.
you gotta take things. You gotta take stuff apart just to put the headlights back in. New headlights.
Yes,
Yes, you
sir.
gotta move
Yeah.
this, move that, man.
Yeah.
And we used to have to gap our own spark plugs. Remember that, Mr. Bennett? We used to go in and
Oh,
you get your little gap
yeah.
and you go down to what was that? AutoZone.
AutoZone.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get 8 plugs,
AC
man. Let me get
Delco,
the
something
platinums
like
and
that. Yeah.
split fives, man. Let me get a couple of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And put them in the
Mhm.
bag, you know.
Mm.
Under $100.
Exactly. But to speak to what our pain was talking about earlier, man, I think people were tuned different, man. You know,
Yeah.
people were tuned different. I'll give you an example. My mom was the oldest girl of 13. Okay.
Yep.
So of course, the oldest girl is always got to serve. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's the
She
second
always
mother of the
take care
house,
of
yeah.
everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Second
That
mom,
type
yeah.
of thing.
Yeah.
So basically, she was trained to be unselfish. So when she married my dad, my dad was the only child. So he was, kind of on the selfish side or whatever. But at the end
Right.
of the day, he still was tuned to be, a husband. You know what I mean? So women really didn't, I put it to you like this, women really didn't act a certain way until a certain point. My mom and dad, they would actually sit down and they would put what they had together in the same exact pot. And they had this little red notebook. I remember like a kid, and they would always write out the bills. It was never this issue of, who made more money or whatever.
Mm-mm.
It was like they were happy to put what they had together on the table, and my mom, she used to go out and get her hair done or whatever. But like nails and stuff like that, she did that stuff herself, man. Anything that
Oh,
she,
yeah.
would do for herself, and the killing part about it, check this out. My dad would go out and buy my mom's clothes. You see what I'm saying? It was not, it was never one of those things where, she would like go shop on her own. He'd be like, tell me what you want and I'll go get it. You know what I'm saying? One of those type of things. So it wasn't one of those situations where she felt like she was pressed to, hide money, you know what I'm saying? So she can get the things that she wanted. She just told my dad, hey, this is what I want. And he went and got it. I remember one time, man, my dad surprised my mom for her birthday. Oh, no, it wasn't birthday. I think it was around Christmas time. He bought her this bad, I think it was this bad red winter coat with the black mink fur around the collar. Man, you couldn't tell my mama nothing. She had them little light skinned legs poking. I told her, what you think now? You know what I'm saying? You couldn't tell her nothing. And she was proud of everything my dad did for her. You know what I'm saying? And my mom took care of everything that she could for my dad. It was like it was second nature to her.
Yeah.
I think we were tuned a little bit different, you know what I'm saying, to take care of other people and allow other people to take care of us. It was never this, I made this and I made that. Because one thing for certain, two things for sure. She went from the out hustle my daddy. My daddy had like 2 and 3 jobs and had us going along with him. You know what I'm saying? And we also did the majority of stuff around the house, but like say for instance, my dad used to be a radio announcer in the daytime, and at night, he was a security guard, and then we used to do, homework or whatever, come home, whatever, and do what he had to do. But at the end of the day, man, on the weekends, we would clean the church. That was our thing. And then, of course, when we got home, we did all the yard work. All the sons, we did all the hard work, the yard work, whatever. My dad just chilled out. That was the purpose of having sons. You know what I'm saying? To kick your feet off. Man, let me tell you, I picked up a lawnmower, man, at 10 years old. And I think I probably got about 16. I looked at my brother. I said, bro, it's your turn. You know what I'm saying? I get the weed eater, whatever. And after that,
so Lost, let me ask you though. So, because obviously you played football, you played sports or whatnot. Was your dad available? Like, did he see you play a lot of games, or was he all like,
my dad was real active. Let me tell you, my dad used to cook for the football team. He had this double wide barrel, you know what I'm saying, where we used to cook. And not only that, my dad used to pick us up from school, you know what I'm saying, all of that stuff after football practice. So he was always there in the evening time, you know what I'm saying? In the morning time, he would do what he have to do, but every now and then he'll have a early in the morning job where he do radio announcing, and then after that he had the rest of the day to come home like about 2:00. He was free after that because he did the morning radio shows, that type of thing.
Right. Okay.
So in the afternoon, when it was time to get us from school, then we did what we have to do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he used to go to bed early, so everything had to be done at a certain time. He used to help us with our homework, that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, my dad was there like every practice. He used to watch us practice, and he was at every game. He did not miss a game. And he was always tell people to say, hey, the next time, you play, because I played left tackle. He said, you get the guy on the inside, you grab him, you know what I'm saying? And then you steer him. He used to do all of that stuff, man, and tell us how to do it. I'm growing up now, I'm thinking about it. I said, man, our coaches couldn't coach worth shit. You know what I'm saying?
You hear what I said?
Man, let me tell you something. I didn't realize my coaches couldn't coach worth of shit until I got older. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, they ain't teach me nothing. I learned more watching Voch Lombardi here on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Voch. You know what I'm saying? Than I did was in high school. When I was in high school, that was just brute force. It wasn't technique. It wasn't none of that, man. I didn't realize they didn't teach us nothing until after I left,
Yeah. But a lot of it was that, just the guys were willing to participate though.
Right.
I mean, that's, just your time being there, just so that some men can have some older adults who could, they could look up to or guidance or whatever, just your presence being there. They weren't necessarily hired for their football acumen.
Right.
So yeah, it's now it's like, everything is very particular. If you're going to have your son playing any kind of youth sports or whatever, you checking out the coach staff, you checking out his whole thing. It's like, he better be, one of the better ones if you want your son or daughter to participate at that level.
Right.
And so, there was an expectation both of men and women. It was just an unwritten, when you turn 18, whether you were like, if you were, from the small hats, they had a rite of passage.
Right.
But in general, almost everybody, the rite of passage was 18. Right. They didn't kick, your parents didn't kick you out of the house, but you were geared towards saying, okay, now I'm on the other side of being a teenager. So you had to have a job, you had to be college bound. And if you weren't, if you stayed in the same house, you had to have a job. Then you had to start contributing. But both the men and the women, getting married at 19, 20, 21, even if you were college, nobody batted an eye. Nobody told you, go ahead and have a whole phase. Nobody told the men,
man, I wish
you too young.
Have a whole phase.
Nobody told you none of that shit. If you want to, that's why if you go to baby boomers who are still alive, that's why they got those long 35, 40, 50-year marriages, because they got married young.
Yeah,
people got married young. And it was just one of those kind of things where black men and black women, we understood each other. The dance wasn't a complicated dance the way it is now.
Right.
I mean, even though I say to everybody, it's still a dance and I get all kinds of shit, but back then it was just straightforward. You were doing the two-step.
Right.
And that's what we did. That didn't mean there wasn't no hoes back then. It didn't mean there wasn't no gigolo brothers back then. They were there. The guys who were on drugs but the guys who just had a normal life like me, when I reflect, and that's what these YouTube space help me, the reason why I reflect on shit is because the decisions I made, I could sound like a king that I made a lot of right decisions. What helped me was that was just what you were supposed to do.
It was structure.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like I was some kind of unique unicorn back then.
Right.
You know, I just said, shit, you know what? Okay, I'm 18 now. I wanted to go to college. I went to Catholic school all my life. And, you know, so I went to college, got a job, and majored in something I could make money off of. And that was on purpose. But my role model was my older cousin who was an engineer.
Right.
So, okay, let me do that. Because he was looking like he was successful. He volunteered to Vietnam, man. My family went crazy over that. So, but he survived it, but he was an engineer. That's what I said. Let me go. I had no idea it was going to be as crazy as it was, but I pulled through. But I knew.
And I think guys went to college also for more purpose. I think the idea of going to study art history, that was like for the kids who were rich, who knew they were going to get money anyway. So you just did what you wanted because you just wanted to do it.
I wasn't one of
but
those.
somehow it got into the mindset, well, I can just study. Look, I can Africana studies. You know, I said, especially look, like I said, I'm one of the Pan-African dudes, right? So back in the day, it was about, free your mind and all that kind of stuff. And so everybody took Africana, but guys got, masters, doctorates in African. Like I said, all that is great. I'm not denying that. But again, the idea was, it was still about your future. It was still about being a provider. For the most part, but when guys started studying like liberal arts, I'm like, that I think that mindset, like I said, that might be good for the wealthy kid who knows he's just going to take over the parents' business or whatever, and he's just going to get his. He just wants to go and explore the world and history and all that. But when brothers was like, you majoring in history, like.
What do with that?
but we stopped. But for some reason, we stopped checking brothers for that. It's like, nah, man. I mean, and especially because back then we were amongst the first. I mean, your generation, our opinion might have been obviously before us, but for a lot of us, we were like the first in our families to go to college. So for us, it was like, we talking about flipping and changing the narrative on us. So if a brother talk about he wants to study Spanish, I'm like, we would check them a little. It's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? How are you gonna make a living off? Like, we were unafraid to have the conversation with him.
Well, yeah, what decade were you in college?
87 to 91.
Right. Okay. So for us, for me, it was in the 70s.
Right.
And there was a lot of guys who were communication majors, liberal arts, like you said, but I didn't have any judgment on them. But when I used to tell people I was in engineering, because everybody kind of knew, they said, wow, man, are you doing it? Because I was still at the parties. Mm-hmm. I joined the frat, we were chasing a girl. But at some point, I had to put all that aside, in order to get in order to graduate. But as much as I could, by the way. But I never really passed judgment on those guys because I didn't really think that they were going to school.
We were all, yeah.
Us, it was, right, again, I agree with you.
Like I said, we definitely wanted we wanted to educate ourselves or re-educate ourselves in terms of the black man, and so learning our history. That was like the only way you were going to get that was at the college. The high school was going to give it to you.
Right.
So we definitely were like, yes, definitely learn about your blackness and your history. But
can it
a lot of us, we were like, you better learn about how you gonna make money.
Some way to make money after you get out of here.
You gotta make the money, man.
I mean,
we got enough umars in these.
Remember now, back then, though, if you went to an employer, it might not have been an engineering firm, but if you had a college degree back in like early 80s, late 70s, you were bumped up because you went through a 4-year program, whatever it was.
Yeah. And that's always been the case since the 60s and 70s and 80s. That's always been the case.
There's nothing now, though.
But what I'm saying is, it's nothing now because they're not taking advantage of the resources that were there. So they dismissing all of those. They're stopping a lot of those moving forward. Now, hindsight is 2020. If we all could understand that we can make decisions that we make today, nobody would be in the position that we're in. But even coming out of school then, it wasn't just about providing for others. It was, you understood to provide for yourself because like our pain spoke on, and we were speaking about before you came up, our pain about the summer job opportunities.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The programs that put you in a direction over the summer, you got your little check, taught you how to balance your budget early, put your little, have your little fun money, your clothes money, because a lot of inner city youth survived off that. And a lot of good people were able to make good decisions because remember, Black education went up 300% during the 80s when Cosby came out.
It sure did.
Everybody
They
went
took
to college
advantage
and
of
trade and
thirst for
military.
knowledge. Yeah, they
Even the
took advantage of
military,
that.
all of those things went up as far as our
Mm.
participation.
Yeah.
And
The
even that,
participation. Yeah.
but what I'm
But
saying
my
is
only
we
pushback on
volunteered
that,
to go. We
I
volunteered
got
to
you.
go.
I
You
got
know
you.
what I'm saying? We all volunteered to go, whether we went to engineering school, liberal arts school, guys was getting the degrees. And then when they came into the market, we were able to solidify positions across the board. Our success rate as a nation, even the women graduating college, they was getting in position. We were working at a high percentage. A lot of us were, even with the welfare system sort of being pushed, but a large number of young Blacks, Americans were making money, whether it was $35,000, $40,000. People were getting together, both making $40,000, $35,000 with the inflation and still raising children, getting married, still building. We were 50%. Again, I always go back to the crack era. While we were out trying to build the world, they snuck in on the door with all of those women in those housing projects. The baby started coming. A lot of people are still rearing from that. And as far as the future, we can say yes. And that's why when I hear people say, it's about how can we get these young men and young women to get past this? Because they ain't going to these programs anymore. They're not doing that. We play even video games. Why ain't I want to see some brothers make some video games, all these technology skills these young brothers got. You know, because it has to make a transition forward because the immigrants are coming, fellas. And Brother Bennett, you on the other side of your work career and you solidified. How many brothers are following you? Our Payne done retired from the engineer.
I'm never solidified, brother.
But I'm saying is you understand the work that you have to
I
put
do.
in.
That I do.
You know what I'm saying?
But
And
so
you're gonna
solidified
provide.
is my debt. So I'm not trying to be stagnant or anything.
Right.
So but I know what you're saying. I feel
Yeah,
you.
I'm just saying, you know, we need more of the young people to sort of take that chance outside of just us. Like we can't talk about us and move the needle. I'm telling you. For
No,
the future.
you're right, Trey Ferg. But the point is that I think some of it is has to be self-revelation. Just like
Absolutely.
you can't pull people somewhere where they don't want to go. And one of the things I'm thinking that I think we underestimate the Z's and the millennials. And let me tell you why. What's going on in the college campuses right now is being spun by the media. The truth of the matter is these are young people, and we haven't had protests on college like this since the Vietnam War. Right? And it's not about being anti-Semite, that they are against genocide. But that message is that message is being usurped by people who are playing some real racists and trying to change the narrative. It's been hijacked. And you know what? A lot of those protesters are Jewish, but the real point is these are Z's. Like a lot of people were willing to write off the Z's and the millennials, but that's who's out there. They're putting their futures on the line because they're seeing something our government is doing that they just can't fathom. So that means they have a certain amount of discernment that we're not giving them credit for.
You know what, Arpain? I think you're right. Let me explain something to you, man. I think history is one of those things where they say it doesn't repeat itself, but it sure as hell do rhyme. You know what I mean? And I think this particular generation is going to hit like that 60s and 70s era generation. I'm gonna tell you why. I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but back in the day, there used to be a commercial. They used to have James Earl Jones, and he was like, "A mind is a terrible thing to waste." Remember the United Negro College Fund? Well, look at it this way: the temperature back then was like everybody was poor. You know what I'm saying? And your way out was education. That's what they told us. You see what I'm saying? They was like, we don't want you to live like we want to live. We want you to go out and get you an education and get you a job and this, that, and the other. So basically, the education wasn't out of the necessity to be all you can be. It was to escape poverty. And I think that's a different type of energy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
If you went to college so you can actually be a better person and to actually, be of service to someone in the job market, that was because that's what you wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to educate yourself. And those who are actually still ongoing educating themselves over time, those people never stop learning. They don't stop picking up books. They don't stop educating themselves. That is someone who has a natural thirst for wisdom and knowledge. I think those are the people who should actually go to college because they would actually make use of that. What we did was we hijacked the educational system as a band-aid to make sure that we escape poverty. And what happened was people got that little piece of paper in their hand and said, you know what? I made it. I am somebody. And that's the main reason why you have a lot of people telling their daughters, hey, go to school, get a good job. You don't need no man.
I'm a PhD.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a PhD. And then after that, they stop.
Right.
Their growth stops, their mentality stops, that type of thing. It's like, I got the big joke on the Uno, you can't tell me what to do, that type of thing. And then what happens is they are not trained to actually become wives. Like you said, we had to be tuned to be wives. Like our pain said, you know what I'm saying? It either got to be in you or it's not. You see what I'm saying? And back in the day, we didn't separate the two. You went to school and you still had to be a good wife. It wasn't an even or an exchange. You know what I'm saying? It says, hey, since I'm working, I get to relax on being a wife. No, that's not how that works. Do you think when my dad got his degree, he sat on his butt and said, you know what? I'm the husband now. I get to sit down.
I'm a PhD.
I got my PhD. I can sit down somewhere. That don't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? That don't. So you have to be tuned to do that. And I think a lot of people missed that, man. They lost that in translation some kind of way where you actually have to, your degree means that you can relax. You don't have to contribute. You know what I'm saying? You can use that as an excuse to put the load on somebody else, And I don't think that's right. And I think what happens is people try to manipulate folks, from a certain level or a certain vantage point,
Yeah, but it's interesting what you said earlier, which if I did have a ray of optimism, you talked about poverty, like how a lot of us, we went to school or whatnot because we were trying to escape our impoverished conditions.
Right.
But I'm just thinking with the rising cost of everything today, we might be kind of going towards that trend again.
And that's
because if it's going to cost you,
it's going to be
so much
a
money.
replication of the hippie culture, because the same economic conditions and pressures still exist just like it did then.
Right.
We're going to a point where it's going to be some poor folks in these streets. I don't even have to tell you.
Yeah.
Break it to you.
And what I'm hoping is if people can understand, it's like, look, like I just say, I wasn't raised in a generation where it's like, okay, my wife can stay home and not work. I mean, it was, my wife, now the first 6 years I was able, thank God she was able to stay home until my girls got into school, and then she went back to work. So I was fortunate I was able to at least provide in that space for that window of time when they were very young.
Right.
But people are going to have to come to a point to realize that, look, marriage has to be almost like an essential, or at least cohabitating or something. You know what I mean?
Can I ask
if you don't got two incomes coming in, you're 70,000 out of school or whatever, and my set 60, 70,000. Look, we can put this together.
Inflation is gonna kick your tail by itself.
But I'm just saying we need to put those two incomes together just to survive. So I'm hoping that these young people, these millennials will, come to a state of mind and say, because I was saying before you came in on our opinion, my daughter's like, especially my middle one, she's flirted with going out. But we in Jersey, bro. So you know what it is out here. You can't get a decent anything for under 2,000, 2,500 out here. So I'm thinking your little 50, 60K coming out, you'll be home in 2 years, tops. And that's provided you didn't run up your credit cards to the max.
Right.
So I'm thinking if you get to the point where it's like, look, now she's got a dude, he's grinding. I was like, look, if you guys want to really be serious in pool and think about, okay, if this is going to be your guy, y'all think about marriage. Okay, if y'all can pool,
Okay.
And you guys might be able to pull this off. But by yourselves, don't even think about trying to get out there. And she talking about living in North Jersey. I'm like, don't even stay away from North Jersey. You anywhere near Manhattan. She's got these ideas because she worked in the city. Oh, I can live in JC, or I can live in Wendy's right across the river, whatever. See this New York skyline. It's like, no, you're not there. So I'm hoping that these people can, which has to be a necessity to survive. That this is why we need to, cohabitate at if not marry, at least cohabitate.
Right.
Well,
So that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I think one of the things that led to the deterioration is that it's a snowball. Besides just the programming, I think there still are women who understand that if I want to have any kind of standard of living, and I still like men, I still want to be married, they understand that if they're making money and they're working, they're going to have to, their money is not their money. Their money is the household money, just like the man's money is. There are still women who understand that.
Right.
And if people listen closely, we're starting to hear more women on these YouTube streets saying exactly that. And I think this is the satire of Drizzle's is actually bringing some of that home to some of these ladies. Forget about all the stupid shit. I'm just saying the fact that is the realization is that it takes two to tango these days. But the truth of the matter is, even in my day, all my aunts, they worked, they were married. Black women have been married and contributing to the household since all I can remember. What's happening now is an aberration, but that's all programming and people, the feminist bullshit that a woman's money shouldn't be part of the family structure. And the women who tout that are really demons, because the truth of the matter is everybody understands if I'm working and you're working and we want to raise a family, how could you not contribute to that? And one of the things I was saying is, even in my life, and it sounds like with your life, Mr. Bennett, my wife understood that if she got the grace of which she could stay home, she'd have to be willing to live at the lifestyle I could provide.
Oh, you talking now? Hold on, wait a minute, Arpain.
Right? So that was
put the grease on that thing.
Yeah, so that was the deal. So listen, you know what? Okay, we got 2 kids in. Listen, you can stay home for a while, and I'll make sure that I'll take care of all the bills because I'm the one working. But you can't think we're getting a new car and all that shit every goddamn year.
Right. Yeah.
And she didn't have no problem with it. My wife was, back in the 80s, when my wife was making $40,000 a year back in the 80s.
It's pretty good.
That was pretty damn good. Yeah. And when I told her, listen, I actually told my wife to quit the job because she was having a lot of problems on the job with her boss and all that. And when she was coming home, she was like haggard every day.
Yeah.
That was an issue I couldn't solve. I'm not going to go beat up the boss. It was a woman too. I said, you got to get the hell out of there. I can't have you coming home, all haggard every day. Get out of there. I'll figure out a way. And now our second kid was coming. And we just bought a new house. I said, I'll figure it out. So when we got, we didn't, so when she finally quit, it was right before we bought. I used her money to put the down payment, her 457 plan. I put her on the down payment on the house that we bought that she chose.
Right.
She didn't question me one bit. I said, we're going to take that because we were able to roll that over with no tax because we put it into the house.
Right.
I've been paying the mortgage ever since, but that was her contribution. But she was just down. And she was just down.
You had the plan, Arpain, you know what I'm saying? Like, looking back with the house.
I had the plan. So, and she was able to stay out of work for a while. And now she's working for the church, which is her church. It's a labor of love. Right. And she just got enough money so she don't have to ask me for nothing.
Right. Fellas, can I bring this point up?
Go ahead.
You mentioned something that's unique. You said almost over 30 years ago, wifey made $40,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Now, go back to that time, a lot of young people were making that money. Now, think about it. How much are the women making today?
That,
30 years later,
About 30 and some change.
about $5,000 more, maybe 6, 7, 8. It ain't nothing because that's gone in taxes anyway. It don't even
Right.
matter. So that's
And then
inflation.
inflation, you
right
got to
there.
kick that in there
Right.
too.
See, that's what I'm saying. The inflation. So
It's more like 15 if
What-
you do the money
Yeah,
right.
my thing. Well, my mindset going into that, I was like, at that time, I was thinking because we knew also we were going to have our kids like relatively quickly. We waited 3
Right.
years, and we were going to knock these kids out and be like done. And it was like everything was planned. I was going to get snipped, and the shop is closed. So my thing was, unless you making at least 50, it's not even worth it to go to work. Or at least I would say, at least I'd say 40, because again, when you add up the daycare, what we'd have to pay for daycare costs, the commuting, all that extra stuff, and the tax back. Because now I don't know how it is now, but we talk about that marriage tax. When I was head of household and she didn't work, the taxes worked in our favor. But when you had two people working, they called that marriage tax penalty. We slaughtered on that. So I was thinking, you know what? It's not worth it at this time for you to be working until the kids get into school. Once we can get them into kindergarten and up or whatever, I find we can start revisiting that. But prior to then, she wasn't even playing in that space. So it was a relatively easy decision. She wasn't one of these women who was like, oh, well, it's important. I need my career. She worked because that's what, again, she was raised to do. It's like, again, she grew up like I did,
Right.
where if you wanted something, you had to work for it. So in her house, she had a job since she was a teenager, working in the fashion stores and all that kind of stuff. She worked at McDonald's too. So that was just something that we had. So she was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, we did the math, and that might also have to be our pain, how we market. I think a lot of times in these spaces, I think there's some trigger words that a lot of times when we talk about feminism and all that kind of stuff, I don't know if that's necessarily effective. I think we might have to start looking at this as a business proposition.
Absolutely.
And say, look, you know what I'm saying? Forget the battle of the sexes terminology that's driving us apart or whatever. Say, like, look, this is about survival. This is economics 101.
Oh, you broke up a little bit. Yeah, you broke up a little bit.
I'm saying, if you want to survive in the Northeast, then this is what you need to do. Yes, it's essential that you be married, have this income 100. If you guys can get to about 110 is baseline, 120, 130. If you can pull your resources together and have a plan. But the sexist talk, I don't know if that's even productive anymore. So I don't even like using terms like feminism or what happened in the past or whatever. I just think you need to talk to these kids straight and say, look, this is the plan, and start talking more in terms that they can embrace. But the wars of the feminist wars of the 70s and 80s and 90s, they weren't even born then. So I don't even know if that's a fruitful
relevant
way of approaching the issue anymore.
Right.
So,
Ladies and
brother,
gentlemen, welcome to the
I
stage. Hold on a second, it's very fun. Let me recognize our guests. And our pain, I'm going to double back to you on that lifestyle issue because I got somebody to talk to you about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Miss Polly Wright. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah.
What did you have to add to the conversation, ma'am? Welcome to the barbershop as usual.
Hi, how are you? I was gonna say that kind of like you were saying before, sir. I'm sorry. Is it Bennett?
Yes.
Yeah, Bennett.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, like you said, like thinking of the issues more as like how do we fix it as a group? I think is really, really important. Because like when you're thinking about, like you said, pinning each other against each other, it's just making more division. So, even in my mindset, when I think about making things better, I think as everything's a group, regardless of even unfortunate, it is what it is, but we have broken homes, in our community and things like that. So even when broken homes, I think there can be some kind of teamwork and look at it as like a business. It can be very, very helpful. I like how you said that. So like thinking about like, whoever you decide, even with children, whoever you decide to have children with co-parenting and things like that, still building that as if it's a group effort, like helping each other through that process. And it just makes the community better because we function better as a team, and every other culture does it. You'll have generations together, and they move differently, and they're very successful. And that's why people can come here from Africa. Let's just give an example. Come here from Africa and literally be in a better position than someone who's been here their whole life for 20 plus years.
Mhm.
And they can come in here and just destroy and, like, just really be successful.
Yeah.
Okay, babe. Sorry, my cooks are ready to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely is. I think that's why I said call the conversation, because obviously I'm poly and I move like a group, and I can see how just being partnered in just a business aspect is very helpful, even for people
Yeah.
who maybe like don't even want to have a marriage nowadays. The business transaction of being in a relationship can be very helpful, and actually I think would uh, build a better community for ourselves.
Mhm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree with that.
Mr. Bennett, did you want to tap into rebut what she said, or add anything to what she
Nah,
said?
well, like I said, the communal aspect, or the she talked about the immigrant aspect, and I think about my parents. They had an immigrant mindset when they moved to New Jersey. So again, my folks are from Southern Georgia, Alabama, that Florida Panhandle, that whole thing. My dad, he was one of the first guys came up. He was in the army doing Vietnam. He didn't go to Korea, but he was in the army at the time. Came up. He took advantage of the FHA, bought him a house, this big 2-family house that I remember growing up in, when I was really small, until up about age 5. But that was like the house where everybody lived in. So all my aunts and uncles moved up here. They got jobs they had a Ford plant up here. They had GM. They had Westinghouse, 18, before it was Bell. They had all those entities, and they would move up here, live in the house until they, again, saved up enough, and then they got their own places. And I didn't know a lot to the extent of it until my dad died, when, folks started sharing like how many families, how many of my cousins and aunts and uncles that he helped establish themselves here. But he was the first. So that immigrant mindset was certainly something that was in them, even though obviously you're still in the country. But again, going from the north to south to the north can be a culture, just as much as of a culture shock. But again, it was that unity. It was that coming together. And again, now I would prefer, again, traditional marriage and whatnot. But again, people have different lifestyles. But I think, that communal living is going to be something that I think a lot of Zers and younger, that they're going to have to start looking at. You already have now where, folks, get an apartment, $2,500 apartment, you got 4 roommates up in there. I mean, so that's kind of already happening. But my only thing with that is that's not like a long-term thing. The Golden Girls came together when they were already married and had their families, and the widowed or whatever, they came together at the end. It wasn't meant for you to start at 25 and live together for 50 years. That's not. So to me, that's almost just like a stop on the way. But if you can do that with a spouse or committed partner, however you want to call it, common law, a stop, whatever you want to call it. But if you can combine on that and say, look, we're building for the long term here. I think that's something that I think, young people can embrace, but I think we just have to change the tone and the language and not make it so man versus woman sort of thing. Because I
but
just
it's
don't
not
think
only us though, Mr. Bennett, because they embrace the language themselves, even though that might not be their.
That's true. Yeah.
But let me put this. I was going to do a piece, and I probably still am, because I hear this term partnership, and I hear the traditional guys talking about wives and husbands, and I think there's a distinct difference.
Right.
I think that we need to kind of define a new relationship. And I try to do that here on BMU's network. I got shot down, of course, because nobody likes this shit. But the point is that women of today and the men are talking about partners, having partners. To me, that's a distinct difference than having a husband and a wife. Because they sound like they'd be willing to have a relationship with somebody if it's just a partnership. Right, and that's not
sound like you're making a deal. You know what I'm saying?
But it is making a deal.
You know what it sounds like? You know what it sound like, our pain? It sound like 20 in the front
No,
and 40 in the back.
But yeah, but you see, okay, yeah, that's part of it, but
Yeah.
it's something in between. There's something in between just hooking up and being married.
Yeah.
Right.
And that whole
That- yeah.
partnership thing is not necessarily in and itself a nefarious thing. That's what we used to call common law.
Yeah.
So,
Unless
So- Go ahead.
that make marriage more appealing.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if it's going to make marriage more appealing. That's what I'm saying. What it is going to do, it's going to make people at least respect the fact that here's a person I call my partner. And we're going to be together because actually we may love each other, but we just don't want to be married. So you still have to have paperwork.
I'm
You
gonna talk to
still
you
have
about
to have some kind of paperwork because if you're just living with somebody,
Yeah.
if she gets sick or he gets sick, you can't even visit him in the hospital if you ain't on the list.
Right.
Right.
You gotta have some shit that goes along with it. It might not be a marriage license,
Yeah.
but it's a real partnership, and that's what the women are asking for. And the men are starting to mimic that. You know, my partner this, my partner that, and there's really a distinction between that and husband and wife. It really is, and people, I think people are missing it. So, Mr. Bennett, even what you said, if the narrative has to change, what's it going to change to, right? Because it takes two people to make money, but most people, both men and women, don't want to be married.
Yeah.
They don't want to be married, but they know that they benefit each other being together. So what's that relationship called?
Yeah.
Right. Well, like I said, that's why I was advocating for changes in law, especially tax policy.
Oh, well,
so for example, if you could pitch it into a way. Now again, I understand it may not get everybody. I get that. There is no golden bullet that's going to solve everything. But what's the difference between a marital partnership, a partnership, and a marriage? If that means an additional, say, $10,000 a year in tax savings or credit or whatever it is. So think about. So again, if you want to sell this, like I said, as a business proposition, it is more profitable to be married than just to be partnered or what have you. Again, had to have some kind of nugget or incentive that makes marriage more appealing in terms that these younger folks can understand. So just as I said, we got to start thinking about this more as and I know people want to say marriage is not a business. I get that. And I understand there's spiritual ramifications. I get all of that.
It is.
But, you know, I know. I can see JT here tonight. It ain't a business. But I'm just saying, I'm saying little tweaks like that for people to say, I'm signing up, or we're signing up, and we're signing up for the long term. And again, for better chances of economic survival and success. So again, I should be able to put a chart together. Here's a sheet. Here's a single person. This is where you're going to be. Here's a cohabitating partner. Here's where you're going to be. If you're married, here's where you're going to be. And the married chart, the graph should go up to an extent. You have some kids.
One question, Mr. Bennett. One question based on what you're saying. Where does the vows come in?
Oh, hold on. We'll get to that in a minute. Trey Ferg, you had a question you wanted to ask Mr. Bennett, not Mr. Bennett, but R-Pain a minute ago.
Both. I want to ask both of them this question. Sure. Even you, lost in translation. Brother Bennett, hearing you say what you say is unique because you have daughters. Now, our brother R-Pain, and you said something that I believe with when it comes to major matters of life, decision-making, and inheritance and things like that, there's going to be required some form of documentation. And then you mentioned the laws, Brother Bennett. That's going to require the women to lessen the laws out of their favor so it can be more balanced across the board. So the question I want to ask you two gentlemen as men with daughters, and I have a son, would y'all allow y'all daughters to live that lifestyle of cohabitating with a man without the marriage vow certificate?
Personally, that would not be my first choice.
No, but
not in the least.
would you even accept it? I mean,
Well,
because
look, they're grown, so my thing is they're
yeah,
gonna do what they're gonna
one thing.
do. So I
But
can't. I'm not gonna disinherit them if they decide to
no,
cohabitate. I wouldn't
okay,
think that'd be a great that wouldn't be ideal. Like I said, I'm gonna always promote the ideal. For me, the ideal is to marry. And I think long term benefit wise, I think they're going to benefit better from doing that. So I'm always going to put that up front. But if they said, no, we just want to, or we want to live together for a couple years first and try it out, again, I would voice my opinion. But they're grown women now,
oh, but yeah,
so they're going to do what
as a
they're
grown
going to do what they're
adult,
going to do. So
yeah, as a grown adults, yeah. But as far as
Mhm.
somebody who's coming to that space and understanding the process and the importance of family and unity and building a
Mhm.
foundation, uh, I wouldn't recommend it to nobody in a sense, male or female. Not that, but if you, like you said, that once they're an adult, then I can support you in that. I just hope that, and when it comes to the law, it's going to require the teamwork needed from men and women, all ages. Everybody eligible to vote needs to vote in that capacity, and I think that that's a greater fight than ever, than any time, because over the last 60 years we've been divided in our vote and our unity about things that we need to see and change in. Um, so now it's like, I don't know. We have to move in that space. We
So
have
let
to.
me answer the question then. Let me answer what I would do is, again, my daughters are grown. My job with them was to get them to adulthood without carrying somebody's bastard. I did that,
Right.
right? I did that. So now they're grown women. But I would tell them that if you're going to cleave to a guy, first of all, he's got to, I still need to vet him. I still need
Mhm.
to know what he's doing. And here's what you have to do if you're going to live with a dude and you're going to start sharing resources. You need paperwork. And here's what we're going to go to a lawyer and make sure, because my daughters have assets, so they can't just marry anybody, or they can't just cohabitate with somebody either. What's his credit score? Shit, what's he doing? What are you doing? So what kind of relationship, like I'm saying, if you just want to cohabitate, what's the partnership agreement look like? And I'm talking about a written one. What is it? It's because you're in a partnership. What does it look like? Now, the tax benefits and all that kind of stuff, if you're in a real partnership and it almost looks like a business, maybe there's shit you could write off. Especially if you're trying to make money and you have some kind of shared business or something.
Man,
So
people ain't
I'm
getting no
saying
marriages no more. They getting these 5013Cs.
no, all I'm just saying is that there's got to be something in between hookup culture or just a regular bullshit relationship people say they're
No,
in that always ends in a marriage. And that's
I
what
agree
we're
with that.
talking about. There's something in between that they're looking for.
Yeah. I can, yeah. My only point to that to just address Trey Ferg again. I don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. So again, if there was a fallback to like our Payne saying some sort of contractual agreement of some kind that gets people to live in somewhat of a committed relationship, I given the alternatives, the hookup culture, or just being single, or just going to be in our caves and just not coming together, I would rather take that over over that alternative. So that's all I'm saying. But yeah, I'm definitely again marriage. I'm all that. But yeah, that could be an attractive point. But we have to start thinking in different ways. That how can we get men and women? If you don't want to say black men and women, but again, men and women in general, how do we get people to get together and stay together? And maybe over time, and it can always evolve. No one's saying that you can't
That's
move
right.
from one relationship to the next. But I think it would help if it was incentivized. Say, yeah, we've been doing this thing. We like each other. We love each other. We got to this level here. But hey, if we move to this next level, we'll get more benefit out of it. And I don't mind having that carrot out there that would allow people to say, hey, this is this is the next logical move.
I'm going to double back to something that R. Payne said earlier, man, about lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? He said, if I'm going if we're gonna move and I'm gonna be traditional, we're gonna move to the lifestyle that I'm gonna be, providing. And that made me think, man, when I was a little kid, my dad used to tell me that when I was born, it was him and my mama and me in this little bitty apartment on the bad side of town. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, he knew that he needed to have more room, so he got the house that was next to the church. Well, shortly after that, my second brother, my first brother showed up. You know what I mean? And which is the middle kid. And I thought about it. I was like, okay, so he moved from the apartment, upgrading lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Then we moved to the house, the church that's next to the house. And after that, my little baby brother showed up. And then it was like, oh, we need some more space. So he moved to the house that we had, on the other side of town, which was the last house that he had. And it was a much bigger house. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And what I understood was that a lot of people don't understand the concept of managing your lifestyle and moving up as you upgrade. You know what I'm saying? And the starter home was the quintessential piece. So it was like, if you decide to leave now, you're getting half of this starter home. You know what I'm saying? But if you stay until we get to the main one, you would have contributed and you would have had a right to have half if you decide you want to leave. You see what I'm saying? So now people are jumping the gun. It's like, no, I want to get into the house. We're going to be the forever home. But people don't realize, man, you're going to start out small. You're going to expand when the kids come. And when you get old, you're going to get right back down to the little cottage. Yeah. And it's going to be just you and your wife and the bungalow. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Because you don't want to clean up a whole bunch of huge house because, you're tired now. You're old. You don't want to, you want to relax in your golden years. You don't want to be using the spinning and cleaning in your fifth damn bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to put up with that, man.
But it's interesting because last year we went to South Carolina for my family reunion. So we were in Charleston area.
Right.
And we got an Airbnb and we stayed in one of them trailer parks. And I'm looking at this trailer. I'm like, you know what? This is nice. I'm in this big 2-story home here and everything. Been here for a minute. But I'm like, this isn't bad I'm talking starting out. Now, again, I wouldn't, I don't know if I make or I can certainly see myself going back to it. Like once my wife and I retire, and we just want to get something chill. But I'm thinking as a starter, this is a nice little area. They built a little deck on the back, and they had the screen netting in there. But I'm like, it's like 3 bedrooms. It wasn't bad. So I'm thinking, but again, for some of us, the thought of I'm not living in a trailer or no trailer park,
right?
But I'm looking at the place. I'm like, look, it's got all the amenities. You're in there. It looks bigger on the inside than it does on the outside.
That's right.
What's wrong with that?
Ain't sexy though, Mr.
That's the thing. But again, I'm saying the lifestyle that I've been. I guess I'm used to like growing up. I lived in rooms. Forget homes. Right. I lived in motels. Okay, literally I went to school from a motel. Route 1, Arpain, Route 1 in New Jersey. King's Motel. That I used to go to school, middle school.
That sound famous, man.
Yes, sir. So. They had the red and multiple ones because we bounced from Kings to Redwood on Route 1 in Elizabeth. So we were all over the place. Again, it was very nomadic.
Right.
So, but again, it doesn't matter how long I've lived in this house and being comfortable with this lifestyle. When I saw that, I'm like, I could do this. If everything, let's say if I had to start over, I had to sell everything, I needed someplace, I could do this. And I'm thinking, you know what, this is like the perfect spot for a young married couple to start out. Again, that doesn't mean it's your future or your destiny. But guess what? If I want to retire and just want to simplify my life, because now the townhomes are like $300,000-$400,000 this area.
Yes.
Now. I'm like, bump that. I can get in one of these trailers. The only thing I don't like about the trailer is near the water. And hurricane goes through there and wipe everything out. That's the only thing I'd be worried about. But I'm like, I was like, I can do this. I mean, this was so again, I mean, I'm just wired differently, but I'm just thinking for young people, I mean, it's perfect. You know what I mean?
Well,
so
Trey Ferg, you had something you was gonna say? Because I wanted to say something about what Mr. Bennett was talking about.
It's amazing what I'm hearing. Everything y'all talk about, it's coming from a logical man's point of view.
Right.
Two, it's coming from a protective man. It's coming from a father. It's coming from a husband, and all of those things require teamwork.
Mhm.
What about those young men and women now, way outside of what we're talking about? They're not
So,
even
look,
willing, and that's why I said we got to find a way to get them to put up the fight for that. Because y'all talking about
honestly, this is where again, me and RP, we don't agree on a whole lot of stuff.
yeah.
This is where I agree with RP. You can't save everybody.
No, I'm not trying to save everybody.
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
trying to save the
But,
few to get
that's what I'm saying.
numbers.
This message, what I'm saying now is for the few.
But here's the thing, though. But
yeah.
here's the thing. Brother Bennett, brothers like yourself, y'all still out there in that grind. I'm trying to get y'all to survive that too, because without at least some numbers, then they'll just start dismissing all of us out there. That's all I'm saying. I don't expect every man or woman to want to be better than in the space that they in today. That's their comfort zone. But as they get into that age of maturity, you're going to have to find a way to put all of your, let go of your failures and your poor decisions, sort of mend things for yourself and your family so you can live from 40 to 60. But right now, shit, you can hear it all over. If our income value is going to be damn near at 0 in 2050 here, we speeding that shit up. So I give it 5 more years, because the youngest of our generations are not getting out into this AI world, not getting out into this futuristic world and creating. We're just talking about, socially awkward shit when the world is moving around us.
So
They're coming back. They only want to go in and get the job while they're 21, 22 at the strongest they can be. Start creating their own little transportation. All of that is at their hand, but pretty soon our numbers are going to continue to drop, because if they're trying to promote the unsexual, I don't know what to call it, the masculinity of the poor black man, and ain't nobody out here having children. And if they do, it's pretty much a doomed situation for the child. But I don't know, man. I wouldn't listen. We need each other. If the young go, us old ones, what we gonna do? Fight off with our cane? No. We need them to get to a better space. We do.
Yeah. So yeah, you were going to say something, because I want to say something based on what Mr. Bennett said as well. Listen, all of us have an origin story that informs the way we live now, right? Kind of, right? If you wanted to survive, I mean, so we don't have to go through the things. The things I saw when I was a young man or young boy, as just growing up in Harlem, across from a park that we couldn't go into because there was like a deletion in there every night. And, one of the things I thought, even when I was young, I said, if I ever had kids, they will never see anything like this. Never. If I could do anything, they would never see this. So even when we moved from Harlem to the Bronx, at 8 years old, I was traveling back to my Catholic school in Harlem. I had to take a bus, a train, and another bus. At 8. Me in my stupid school uniform, out in the wild jungle, going to. I would never let my kids ever have to do that. And then we had to get there and come home. Rain, sleet, or snow. Train stopped running. Buses stopped running. I'm talking about walking 2 miles because the bus stopped running because of the snow. We had to do all that kind of stuff. I thought, I couldn't even imagine my daughters ever having to do that. So that kind of says, I have to somehow be able to, make sure that happens. So, that was one of the kind of things. So I just wanted to say, we all start out in the way we start out. It either breaks you or it makes you into a better person. Now, you have a frame of reference. Now, Mr. Bennett, me, Lit, you, we have a frame of reference of what not to do. Some of these young cats don't understand how privileged they are.
Absolutely.
So they don't have no frame of reference of struggle. The real frame. So they just think that they don't have, a frame. They just don't. My daughters, like I said, we have dinner. I'm not going to make this long. One weekend, they told me how privileged they were, right? She said,
Right.
Dad, we're privileged, right? Because me and my wife are sitting there, they're sitting there. I said, what do you mean privilege? Because I wasn't even thinking about it that way. She said, man, you know, we got everything. You guys did everything. You guys set us up and all that kind of stuff. And my oldest daughter, she said, you know what, Dad, I admire your humility. But our lives ain't like the typical kids. And then the next week, 2 weeks later, we were talking about something else, and they told me that they all have trauma. I said, how the hell you got trauma? You just told me a couple of weeks ago that you guys were privileged, and now this week you guys had trauma. What kind of trauma? You know, so they all over the goddamn place, man. Stop. You know, so you know, I don't know how to reach these guys unless they want to be reached. And unfortunately, I'm thinking we're seeing the fact that there is some level of discernment even with the young folks because of the protests. I have never seen college students do this stuff since the Vietnam War. And I think the worst is going to happen. One of these National Guards guys is going to kill a couple of college students. And then the narrative is going to change because that's what happened with Kent State and the Vietnam War. So I'm just saying, you know, we're belittling the fact that they're getting together and they're saying, wait a minute, we're putting out tax dollars into a genocide. And none of the adults are brave enough to yell and scream about that. No Democrats, no Republicans, no lawmakers, no news media. You know, unfortunately, the one black woman we hate, Candace Owens, was the first black woman I ever heard mention the word. And now look what happened to her.
Yeah.
So all I'm just trying to say is, I don't know about these young folks. We can only do so much for them. They're going to have to pull themselves out of the mud because they know that the inflation is going to impact them. Hookup culture is destroying them, especially the women, right? Because it only benefits men to have sex, you know, have so much sex available. That benefits men more than it benefits women. You can feel empowered all you want, but I just plowed the field and I look less of you knowing that you've been passed around. They could deny it all they want, but men look lesser of women who are getting passed around. And so, I mean, I don't know how to fix that. You know, I was on another panel. I'm going to shut up on this one. This is my last thing. I was on another panel. The brother came up and said, listen, I said, you got to know how to talk to the Gen Zers. I said, well, what's the solution? What do they want to do? Well, women have to change. I said, if the men are sitting there waiting for the women to change, that's no solution. How's that a solution? You know, because he's pointing the fingers at the women and he won't get off of the women having to change. Well, in the truth, yeah, women have to change for themselves, but that's no solution for the men. You know, what's your solution that you could control? And he didn't have no answer for that. You know, so I don't know, man. I'm just saying we can't save anybody. When a woman wants to be married and she wants a man, and a man wants to be married and he wants a woman, if they connect, everything else is a negotiation. And if we go in front of the vows, my first thing is, do you believe what you're saying? Do you believe in the vows? If you don't believe in the vows and you can't say them, then we could be together, but we can only have a partnership because I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to marry you.
You know,
so that's it.
You know, it speaks to how much of this stuff do we put on ourselves? You know what I mean? Trying to keep up with the Joneses. You know what I mean? We're saying that homes are not affordable. Mr. Bennett, believe it or not, I stay up late, man, and I be researching stuff all the time. And you know, my wheels get to turning, and I'm thinking to myself, man, how are we gonna fix this? And I ran across this advertisement for prefabbed Amish cabins. You know what I'm saying? And these cabins had upstairs and downstairs, 2 and 3 bedrooms, and for $10,000 more, you can get electrical put in your home. You can have a whole entire home built for $110,000. Now, these homes did not look like a regular $110,000 home. It looked like real nice. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up, but in the meantime, I'm gonna bring up the one and only Trey from around the block. Mr. I don't want to fold no clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, put y'all hands together for Trey. I don't want to For no clothes.
What's good with y'all?
What's happening, Trey?
What's good,
going
brother?
on?
Good to see you, man.
Long time no see, partner,
Well,
man.
Trey
Glad to see you,
first.
brother. What up, Trey? Man, what you got to add to the conversation while I go ahead and pull these Amish homes up? I'm going to show
I'll be
Mr.
honest
Bennett
with
what's
you,
up, man.
I got here a little late, so I'm a chill and hop in when I get some. I just heard Mr. Payne talking about, back in my day. So
don't start, goddammit.
Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I wish I was a kid.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm going to share my screen, man, so y'all can see these fantastic Amish built homes. You know what I'm saying? To give people an honest idea of what's really going on, man. So I don't know if you can see this or not.
Yeah.
What is the cost to transport these suckers from where we're at in Scottsburg, Indiana, to your property, right? So the way we do it is very simple. And because our cabins are priced so well, people as far out as California and New York and Vermont are more than happy to pay for the transportation on these things, okay? So the way we do it is if you're within 100 miles of our lot, our zip code is 47170 here in Scottsburg, Indiana. We charge you a flat rate of $1,500 as of today. That could change in the future. But as of today, which this video is being filmed in end of June, June 30th, 2023. So let me just put that in here, right? Because these YouTube videos stay up forever. So just to put a timeline on it, as of right now, we charge $1,500 for delivery and setup to bring this cabin from our lot to yours if it's within 100 miles of this lot, okay? Now, once we go past 100 miles of our lot, then it's an additional $16 per mile, okay? So you can kind of do the math, go to the old Google. Sorry guys, it's loud, lots of traffic. You can go to the old Google and Google our zip code 47170 to your land, wherever that's at, and do the mileage, okay? So up to 100 miles is $1,500, and then it's $16 a mile thereafter. The rate is very fair because these cabins are extremely heavy. Like this one right here is 22,000 pounds. We have to pull wide load permits, okay? We have to sometimes get a car escort. We have to plan the routes that we're going to take. Lots of logistics go into moving these big boys because, like I said, these things get moved from our lot to yours. Well, really from the Amish farm where they build them to yours in one piece, okay? So as you can see, you might not be able to see this, but the porch here has hinges underneath it. Let me give you a quick, see those hinges? And the porch, the whole porch will fold down. And you can see here, the 6-foot porch here. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. There's a glare, but there's actually hinges here in the base as well of the porch, okay? That it's like transformers. This whole thing kind of folds to where we can, it's a lot easier for us to move it. Let me show you how the roof up here will also collapse flat. You got to be able to get underneath bridges. And remember, this is a big boy. This is a 2-story structure, right? So let me show you this. There's hinges. You can see them right up there. You see that? There's hinges in the roof part as well. So that way that sucker can fold flat. Now all these rails you see here, right? All those rails, the rails upstairs, all that stuff has to be reassembled once this cabin is dropped and set up on your land. So it's not just delivery that you're paying for. This is the back side of the cabin here, beautiful baby. This is not just the delivery you're paying for, but the setup as well. You're also paying, if you say, for example, you live in, we got one going to Mobile, Alabama right now. Those guys are going to have to stay in the hotel that come to set it up. They're going to have to eat, gas and all that, transportation. So it's not just transportation you're paying for. If you're further away, right, we got to pay for these guys that are going to set up your beautiful cabin on your land to eat and stay the night at a hotel somewhere, right? Because you're paying for delivery and setup and permits, wide load permits, because we have to get that wide load permit to be able to deliver these cabins to your land.
We all like to shop around for the biggest
All
value
right,
at the
y'all.
best price.
Enough of the commercials. You know how that go, man, on YouTube. Anyway, make a long story short. Housing can be affordable, man, if we decide that we wanted to. But I think most of the stuff we put it on ourselves because of lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. The houses now, the average cost of a house is what, about 420,000, and the house I just showed you was less than 100 with delivery, with upstairs and downstairs and electricity. You know what I'm saying? So I think we put ourselves in those positions, man. Trey, what do you think, man? It's gonna be a hard sell to get these chicks in these log cabins, huh? Come on over here, baby, where it's cozy.
Yeah,
I got to find the longhouse, baby.
I did the math. It'd be 9,500 to get that to my neck of the woods.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Mine was 11,200.
Listen, if it's an absolute need, then you have to do what you have to do. Survival is always what's necessary, right? And so I would never take a shit on anybody who's doing what they need to do to survive. I don't have an issue with that. If that's what you got to do to make sure you're not out in the elements, then that's fine. I would hope that we would strive for a little bit more. I do understand that the economy and the way that the things are going here in America right now, it's not beneficial to those who aren't making a lot of money, and especially if you don't have a skill set that can endure these types of times. It's extremely important to have a skill set. One of the things I always say is, learning how to trade stocks and options is something that, for as long as the stock market is available, I'll be okay. I'll be fine. If the stock market ever went away, then I'm in trouble, right? But outside of that, I'll be fine. But I don't have a problem with him. I actually was a part of a investment group probably about 6 years ago. We were looking to start doing a container home neighborhood, and the financing fell through. Not on my part, just on some of the partners that I had.
Yeah.
The financing, because when you're in a part of a group, every person gets, they don't do it based on one person; they do it based on the entire group. Right. So there were some other people who weren't in tip-top condition, and so our financing fell through. And I always thought that would be a good idea, especially for people who weren't making a lot of money, to have that option. But listen, $110,000 to have somewhere where you ain't out in the rain and in the snow, it don't sound too bad. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, if that's what you can afford, at the end of the day, it's about survival. So I don't have a problem with it. It didn't look too bad. I would like to see the inside. I do have some questions about wind. How it deals with in the rain, floods, wind. I would have some questions about that. But I'm sure, sounds like these guys are on the up and up. I'm sure that they probably do all right. If they're in Indiana, that's Tornado Alley, right? So I'm sure they're gonna do all right. But,
yeah, they probably put them things together real good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett, did you what do you think, man, about the affordable homes, man?
Yeah, I mean, you got to add in the again, the extras. I mean, one, you have to have a plot of land to put it on. So I was just looking up just local in New Jersey. If I want like a half acre in some where I'm at, it's like $75,000. So depending on the size, I know it's not a big home, but how much land you're trying to get, you have to factor that in addition to the transportation costs. But again, it's still, like I said, a 2-bedroom condo in my area is like in the low to mid threes.
Right.
So yeah, it's definitely going to be certainly a cheaper option. But then it's going to come down to, again, what you like or what you want or what you are willing to pay out. Because I know a lot of people would say I'd rather pay the mid 350s to get what I want versus getting something like that, which I may not want. But again, it's for those who are thinking along those ways. I mean, again, I don't know how much a trailer is, but I would say even a trailer would be still a cheaper option still. And I don't know you would necessarily have to go through all the transportation costs that you do here. I mean, there's trailer properties certainly in the area. But I like the idea that, again, if people are willing to think differently, that again, you don't have to start at this upper thing. You can have the fact that it is a home. You're still going to get the property tax write-offs. You're still going to get the financial benefits, the credits, and everything from having the home. So again, in that vein, you're taking advantage of the tax codes that are available to you. So I like it when people start thinking along those terms. So if for those who can come together on that, I think it's a great idea. And I would certainly, wouldn't be mad at anybody who decided to take that option or trailer or something else. But certainly in this area, it's pricey here. So I would hope that more people be looking at that. But the only thing would be, again, how much is it to cost part? Because they're still building homes in my area. So I'm thinking the cost of property in this area is probably still pretty high. So you're not going to come out just paying $110,000. By the time you're done, it might be double that, but it's still cheaper than anything else that's out here.
Absolutely.
Well, so most people don't, listen, since most people aren't getting married anymore, right? You have to look at, I think the way men look at housing and buying a house for their own purpose, to move in, I think those men are more family oriented, unless you have the money. If I could afford to just stay in an apartment, and it's enough for me because I don't have a family or a wife or anything else. Right. I think men, when they buy houses, not all men, but if it's not an investment property, they can stay where they are, because not at all the property taxes and all that kind of stuff is kind of limited based on the new tax law. I don't know where all the benefits coming from. With women, it's more of a flex to own a home. Right? They don't, whether they have a husband or children, they want to buy houses as a flex. To say I own a home and I'm this age and that age, but if they're not making it into an investment property, now it's just a liability because they forget about the upkeep. They forget about all those kind of things that you have to do with a home. And if it's just why you do it. So I think men look differently, right? When I bought my house, I had a family to put into. And if it was an investment property, I might have thought differently, but so I think, I think it's a great idea about this cabin. People, like a lot of people are making homes out of containers and stuff like that, which is a lot cheaper as well. I've seen some of them that they show the most beautiful ones on the internet, right?
What? I'm glad you said that, RP.
They're the most beautiful. They show the most beautiful.
To show you what's possible. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I can't imagine how much those cost to get beautified like that. Have like 3 or 4, but
I don't think this will work because, like Brother Bennett said, you need the plot of land, and within urban areas, there are restrictions on the type of homes that can be built.
So this home where you live.
Let me show you.
Have foundations and plumbing and everything set.
Yeah, let me show you, Trey, what's possible. You know what I'm saying? Let's say we can afford the foundation.
Yeah, you can.
We can afford that.
But
let me show you. This is what Trey Ferg was talking about, the container homes. I'm going to show you exactly what's possible. If, say, for you got a chick with a little class, she's like, I don't want to be in no cabin. You know what I'm saying? Let me share my screen so y'all can understand what's really possible. So give me a second, y'all. Where you at? Here we go. I'm going to share this with you guys.
Taking you inside this stunning prefab home. This week, I made my way over to the home of Rumbler's Grill to have a look at a prefab home that caught my attention in an Instagram post. Not only did I get to spend the morning in a new home, but it also gave me a chance to visit my old stomping grounds and reminisce about my days as an average player on the most mediocre team in history. A blue 5th place ribbon on display in my trophy case to prove it. Just kidding. I don't have any trophies. Athletics aside, after a bit of back and forth, I was able to get a behind-the-scenes look at a company that has a long history in the prefab space and learn more about what they're doing. The company I'm talking about is Chaparral Industries and their well-appointed best-selling Bellflower. What I'm going to do is tell you about the company, take a look inside their factory, and give you a full-on tour of the home. Believe it or not, Chaparral has been in the game since the 1970s, meaning they've been building modulars for half a century. They're currently building out of a 40,000 square foot facility on the north end of Kelowna, BC, and it was interesting to have a look at some of the projects they've got going on. Walking through their factory, not only did they have a lot on the go, but in a wide variety of shapes, sizes, and purposes. One of the buildings that was nearing completion on the factory floor was a ski school that will be sent out to a nearby resort. It looked to me like it'd be heading out before this season. The fact that they're building a ski school tells me right away that Chaparral is willing and able to do custom projects in both residential and commercial, which is nice to know. It seems like lately a lot of companies have been limiting customization in favor of efficiency, but people want it. Simple as that. Their website says we're proud to be small enough to know our customers' names and yet have the experience, equipment, and flexibility to custom design and build the kind of modular homes Canada trusts for their superior construction, nearly endless design possibilities, and the friendly people who bring wish lists to life along the way. Hear that? Nearly endless design possibilities. That's what we like to hear. In their standard models, they've got a line of homes ranging in size up to almost 2,000 square feet. And one of the things that sets them apart is they go direct to consumer, which they say gives the customer a more hands-on experience when designing their new home. Right now, they're estimating a turnaround time of about 4 to 6 months from the time a home is ordered, which seems to be the norm in the industry. I asked what is currently their most popular floor plan. We're in luck, folks. It's the one we're looking at today. Let's check it out. The Bellflower is a 1,604 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom plus den, 2-section modular with a covered porch on the front. One of the things I noticed when I was at Chaparral was a lot of their structures were finished with steel. They also do board and bat as well as lap siding for those after a more traditional look. I asked about it to see if that's the majority of what they do, and it just happened to be what was in the factory now. In fact, they offer 3 different roof options that completely change the look of the exterior to achieve whatever look a buyer might be trying to get. The home shown had a flat roof with black steel siding, giving it a contemporary look that I think would be a nice contrast when located on a property with trees and some landscaping. Here's what they had going on inside. This is the Chaparral Bellflower, and as far as I know, I've got access to this thing all day to do whatever it is that I see fit. To start, I thought maybe I walk around, I point out a few of the upgrades, talk about some of the stuff that I like, and then I might shoot some B-roll to give you an idea for scale. The home is 1,604 square feet. I am 6'2". It's after the weekend, so probably 190, 195 pounds, give or take. Probably give, and we'll just see what this thing's got to offer. First things first, shout out to whoever staged this thing, because not only does it look good, but this couch is unbelievable. Couple things going on here in the living room that I need to point out that I think look great. First, they've got the electric fireplace below the TV, which is just a nice way to add a bit of ambiance.
Oh, yes.
And then if you look behind me over my head, they've got this black accent wall. Now, this is typically a logical place for another window, but I think it looks cool. And if you're anything like me and like to get horizontal in your living room, then it kind of works out. Nobody needs to be looking in when I'm laying here at night emptying a bag of Ruffles, all right? It's just not pretty. Next, they've got 10 feet of glass off the end of the home. So a normal slider would have been fine, but they've got window panels on either side of the door, which just adds to the overall look and lets in a little bit more natural light. The big important upgrade in the kitchen, quartz backsplash. Not something you see every day, but going to turn a few heads. Honorable mention goes to this island just based on the size. Look at this thing. We've got storage on this side, sink in the middle, and dishwasher down here. Then on the far side, I believe there's seating for 4. So more than enough space for all my closest acquaintances. Maybe I bring in Rumbler's Grill. We have some burgers and everyone can sit here comfortably. This right here, this is the hall. I don't talk about halls much because what do you say? But there's something about this hall.
Oh, man. Hold on, y'all.
When your standard exceeds the ordinary.
Hold a second, y'all. These
It was looking good so far.
Commercials. You know?
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, man. Sign me up.
Claustrophobic.
Like it got everything.
It isn't the case at all with this one. So I felt like it had to be mentioned because as far as halls go, this one's feeling well. A simple change that has big impact in this den is adding the glass beside the door. So this isn't a huge space, but it feels a little more wide open because of the glass. And if you know you're going to be using it as an office and you're not going to be
The
changing
subtle
here,
automatic
then I think it really adds to
blind
the space.
he's
Another
not
shout
trying
out
to
to whoever
flex.
staged this place because this bedroom just feels super homey.
Ooh, man, nice.
It's an air mattress. It's an air mattress. Wasn't expecting to sink quite that far into the bed, but I do really like this bedroom. You've got the natural light coming in over the bed, ceiling fan, another window over here, and I just think it all works really well. There's lots of room to move around. Let's check out the shower. For anyone new to the channel, I'm a noted bathroom guy. I spend a bit of time in here, and this one's ticking the boxes for me. So we've got the overhead shower. We've got this little thing that comes off for the tricky spots.
You call that the master blaster.
Double sinks over there, which is great. Got storage in the corner, and of course, behind the camera, which you can't see, there's a toilet, which is a very necessary piece to this puzzle. At this point in my life, I'm not growing anymore. But even if I was, I wouldn't have to worry about it because the interior doors are 8 feet high and the ceilings
All right,
are
Mr.
not.
Bennett.
It's kind of cool. The way they have this home
8
set
feet,
up, the
baby.
main door enters into a landing about halfway down the home with the coat closet right by the front door where it should be. To the left is the main living space of the home, a wide open kitchen, living room, and dining room with multiple access points to the covered porch. The kitchen has a large island that would be perfect for entertaining, along with more cabinet space than I would personally know what to do with. Beyond the kitchen is the dining room. They've got 2 windows on the end of the home with room for a hutch or a little table to put pizza boxes between the two. And then the sliding glass door heads out onto the covered patio. The kitchen is open to the living room, so if you like to host box socials or just want easy access to the leftovers you said you're going to save for lunch, this plan is well suited to do that. As I mentioned, I do really like the look of the black accent wall in the corner. I think it gives the interior just a hint of the bold that we saw on the exterior. To me, it ties it all together. I also like how they staged this home with a big old sectional. It's open, but the spaces are clearly defined. I'd like they run the same program. Heading back toward the other end of the home, the first door on the left across from the entrance has the main bathroom that has a tub, shower unit, vanity, and of course, toilet. Beyond that, they've got the laundry room, which has built-in cabinets, a sink, and the utility room. I like this because I've been known to throw my Ginch in the dryer on a cold winter's day before I get in the shower so they're warm when I come out. It's a perfect
Trey over there
setup
looking
for
like
that.
they can
The
fold
next
some
space
clothes.
heading toward the bedroom is the den on the right, which is currently set up as an office, and a nice one at that. The second last door at the end of the hall is the main bedroom, and directly straight on into the space, they've got the ensuite complete with a tile shower, dual sinks, a ton of storage, and a toilet. The bedroom seemed big, even though they've got an air mattress in there now. It was a full-size frame, and there was more than enough space. It didn't feel cramped at all, not even a little bit. In fact, it was quite the opposite. For those wondering, yes, this home does have a walk-in closet. It's conveniently located beside the ensuite, which is great for access when getting out of the shower and looking for fresh ginge, but not as close to the warmer. Can't win them all, I guess. In a pinch, I will just put them on the vent. It's not as good, but it works. The second bedroom is at the end of the hall and is currently in use as a place to showcase some of the decor options available. At 1,604 square feet, the home felt very comfortable, and at no point at any part of the plan did I feel cramped even a little bit. I'm guessing it's possible to convert the den into a third bedroom for those looking for a family home. It's a very well thought out plan. First impression. First impression of the Bellflower was quite positive. I could definitely see myself living in a place like this. It's got everything I would really need. It's got 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a huge living space, a nice kitchen. It's got an office, and all in all, the whole place just feels spacious. The added touch that takes it to another level is the decor. Whoever picked the colors for this place at least needs a ribbon or like an attaboy or something, because it just works really well, and I like it a lot. I hope you enjoyed this look at the Bellflower from Chaparral, because I enjoyed making it.
So, gentlemen.
Well, how much?
He didn't go into what it costs. Oh, hold on a second. He said he's about to get into the pricing, y'all. I didn't want to shortchange y'all on the pricing. Hold on a second. My bad. Because that's the part everybody was waiting on. Was like, show us the price. Show us the price. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that now.
These guys out of Canada too, so
Hey, man, hey, shout out to the Canadians, man. You know what I'm saying?
In mind, prices can and usually do change, but will be accurate at the time of posting this video. In their larger models, they're running a base of around $275 per square foot, which includes setup. Chaparral Industries is a company building residential and commercial structures with the ability to customize. They've got a line of standard plans up to almost 2,000 square feet with custom options for those looking to go bigger. They'll run a flat, sloped, or peaked roof on any of their models, which can drastically change the look and feel of the exterior depending on what potential buyers are looking for. I was impressed with the interior of the Bellflower, and I'm interested to check out a few of their smaller units, so I'll be following along with what they're up to and posting updates right here on my YouTube channel. That's all I've got for today. If you like manufactured home videos, make sure to subscribe to my channel because I've got new ones coming out every single week. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Shout out to the folks over there, man, sharing the channel.
All right, so I did. So
Did he
it's what,
say
1,600 square
200?
feet at $275 per square.
That's $400,000.
440,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well just buy
Which
you a regular
again-
house.
Yeah.
That thing nice though, man. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about that though. Instead of having one big huge house, you can have your compound of little smaller ones. You know what I'm saying? For different ways how you can set it up. Think about it. The creativity is up to you at this point. You may not need one huge, structure. You might have one structure just for the office, one structure for the living quarters, and of course, if you got the mother-in-law coming, you got the mother-in-law suite. You know what I'm saying? To keep out your hair. And then you can have a courtyard in the middle. You know what I'm saying? It's all about creativity, man. And they said they can construct it how you want to do it. So my thing is you shouldn't have to be constrained to what you think is possible until you understand what is possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think about
And
it,
then-
Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, I like the creativity, but again, it reminded me, and it's interesting what I said earlier about again language. Now again, they keep talking about modular homes, but again, back in the day we call them trailer homes. So I think there's a stigma associated with trailer home, but so again they changed the language to make it seem more appealing. Because again, I've been in trailer homes that don't look that much different from that. I mean, it has definitely a lot more left and right turns, but it's certainly I've been in some nice ones, and so I can go for that. I guess the main thing would be, are you with somebody who would be willing to roll with you on that? So you and your lady think about getting married or whatever. Look, this is if you can sell the dream and be like, look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna instead of trying to spend $675,000-$700,000 in central and northern Jersey to get a house, we can get something like that, save a few $100,000 and put that money towards something else or whatever. She's got to be willing to roll with you on that. And so maybe that might be part of your vetting process.
I'm telling you, be like, listen, baby, picture this. This is going to be our future, Airbnb. And then
That's
we make
it.
enough money, this thing, pay it off. Then we'll move
That's
on
it.
up to the next level. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then when you have more than one property, we can get to the house that you want. But what you think, baby? You know what I'm saying? You set it that way, that's a different ball game.
Yeah, yeah. But then some sisters gonna be like, absolutely not. But so
Nah,
again, but that may tell you
no
right there. I think the most important thing, I think in the whole process is she willing to follow you? Is she willing to go with your plan and be like, all right, let's do this?
Right.
So you can give someone like, and honestly, for me, like I said, the smallest house I lived in, I was probably the happiest. Maybe that's why going to that trailer park. Maybe that's why it meant so. I had that affection for it because it didn't matter the size of the house that I've been in. It did make me happier per se, and maybe I'm just like that. Most guys, we can live in a 1.5 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath, whatever. And for us, we're good. I mean, I don't know any guys who talk about, oh yeah, I need to have me a big 4 or 5 bedroom house. The homes are not for us. The homes are for our families and folks who stay with us and all that kind of stuff. So for us, our needs are very simple. So I could certainly roll with something like that. Is she willing to do that? That's the question.
Trey,
and if she wasn't, then I'd be like, no.
Could you sell them a dream?
That could be the deal breaker.
Could I sell it? Yeah.
Could you sell the dream, brother?
I could sell it, but I gotta be honest with you. I like it. I thought it was very nice, but I don't think it's for me. But I could sell it if I had to. If that's what I could afford, then yeah, I'll sell it. You know, and I also agree with Mr. Bennett. This is a vetting tool. If she can't rock with you in 1,600 square feet, then she definitely can't rock with you in 3,200 square feet or 5,000 square feet and beyond and beyond. If she's not willing to work with you, then you can get rid of her. You know, nobody's born. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. I don't come from a rich family.
Right.
So everything had to be, you know, you had to build to get to that point.
Right.
So if she can't get with you at 1,600 square feet, then she don't deserve to be with you at 6,000 square feet.
That's right.
This is how I look at it.
Nope,
but
100%.
I thought that was very nice. I honestly did. I would like to see a solar panel or two. But other than that, I thought that was very nice, and it is more than capable for a living. I thought. Right. I mean, I seen new build houses that look that nice, you know. And so I was quite impressed with, you know, what you can do with 1,600 square feet if you stage the furniture correctly, and you make it make sense, and there's a sort of a flow to the house. To the home, it makes sense. I don't have a problem with it, and it's more than livable. I think a lot of people could live there and be happy and be fine, and maybe even raise a small family there. Maybe you could have a kid or two. You know, if you had, you know, maybe 2 girls or 2 boys, you could put bunk beds in the extra bedroom, and you could raise a small family in that home. But I just know that in today's, you know, world, that the women are not going to live in a 1,600 square foot, you know, 1-story home with no basement, no garage, right. You know what I mean? No grass and all that other nonsense. But for a single man, like if this was around when I was 21, oh, bruh. Hell yeah. This is all I need. This would have been all I needed right here. I'd have pulled my little Nissan Maxima right up to the front, and I'd have been happy.
Right. Now, Trey, well, would you be concerned about resale value? Like in terms of, you think something like that could be turned over, you can make a profit on it if you decide to move to a more conventional home later on? You think you could get a good price for it?
That would be sort of my, if anything, you know what I would turn it into, Mr. Bennett? Mm-hmm. I would turn it to a hang spot for the fellas. That's what it would be. You know, it would be my hang spot for the fellas. That would be our sugar shack. We could smoke cigars in there, and you know what I mean. And we wouldn't really have to worry about, you know, the women, you know, and being offensive to the women, you know, with the cigar smoke and all that other stuff. That would just be a hangout spot. We can go and go watch the games. We can, you know, I would keep it. And that's what I would have it as, because it's a small spot. It doesn't need to be maintained, and you know, the upkeep is minimal. I wouldn't get rid of it. I wouldn't be too worried about the resale value.
Mm-hmm. That was like we talked about earlier, Trey. I don't know if you missed it or not. I was telling him about how my grandfather, when he met my grandmother, they had a 1-bedroom house. You know, as the family expanded, he added on to the house. By the time he got through, it wound up being 3 bedrooms, and you know, 12 people lived in that bad boy. You know, 13 people lived in that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? And you know what they said, the smaller the place, the bigger the party. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably the reason why they got the 13 so quick. You know what I mean? So
that my grandmother is the youngest of 12. My family is from Orange, Virginia, and we go to Orange, Virginia quite often to go visit. And I saw the home that my grandmother grew up in. Yeah. And it was a 1-bedroom home, and they all kind of rotated because they weren't all born like, you know, right after each other. They're years apart. And they kind of all rotated throughout that one home, and my great grandfather did the same thing. As time went on, he built more and more, and then it became 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 4 bedroom, and it became. And then they eventually, you know, they got rid of the home, but that's what it was. So, you know, and from what my grandmother tells me, those were the best times. They had the best times because they were closer. They had, you know, they were right on top of each other. They didn't have a choice, but they were closer. I can tell you, growing up, me, my mother, and my sister, we all had our own rooms. We all had our own TVs. We all had our own space. We are not nearly as tight as my grandmother and her sisters and brothers were. And it's because we had our own space. And I think that just goes to show you the evolution of families, of why you can go from having a family of, you know, a mother will have 13 kids to now you can have mothers who barely even want 1 kid.
Trey, let me ask you a question. Do you think that may be the reason why that our families are not as close and we don't know how to socialize as much?
Absolutely.
Because we spend more time apart?
Absolutely. I'm absolutely. I think the families that were forced to have to share beds and share rooms, and they had to fight over the bathroom every morning, and I think those families are all ultimately more tight knit. I have a cousin who kind of grew up in a little bit of money. She had her own bathroom in her own room.
Oh,
you know
man.
what I mean? And her and her sister, they all hate each other. They don't even like each other, and it's because they never had to be on. I don't want to use the word on top of each other, but they all had their sort of their own
world,
space.
basically.
Yeah, they had their own world, their own space. Whereas I think the families that didn't come from much, they had to sort of rely on each other a little bit more, and they had to be used to being around each other and being in each other's space. I think that makes you a tighter knit family, and also think that makes you care, love, and want to protect your family more because you are more tight knit.
Right.
So
but is that not the paradox?
Add to that real, because I have a real world, because he's right. Because when my mother passed away, I was 8. So I had to move in with my grandmother, my cousins, 13, 14 of us, and a couple of married couples. I had to share a bedroom. Me and my brother had to share a bedroom with our first cousins who were girls. We had bunk beds in there. And then another cousin used to come over. He used to be over almost all the time. So we had a cot in there. We had an Irish setter in the room, right? Big ass dog. And we had to like draw lots who was going to sleep by the wall, because at night the roaches came out of the wall. and we grew up that way until they moved to the Bronx, a 2-family house. And we bought that house. They bought the house in 65, and we finally sold it. You know, things fell apart in around 2015. So like 5 generations of family came through that house. We used to come, my grandmother and grandfather, all their daughters, son. We used to like live in this house all together, man. It was amazing. So our family's pretty close now. Still close, even though generations have passed. It really makes a difference. I mean,
but is that not the paradox of the era, though? But this whole discussion tonight,
right?
You said earlier, Arpan, you said you did not want your kids growing up in the environment that you did.
Right.
But you all, at the same time, you're saying that was like the best environment.
When I'm to the outside environment, though.
But isn't that part of it? Aren't you a better person having to take the subways to school and all that? Aren't you in a lot of ways better because you had to struggle that way about it? I mean, have we built a world that's so comfortable where everybody is to a point where, again, there's no need, or people don't feel the need to get together, to protect one another, to grow in that close space?
You're
but we always say we want to get bigger and better. I want to have a big house. I can raise it. But are we better off? Maybe that's
so the point is, though, you're right, though, because it's a dichotomy, right? Because there's people who will say that integration has been the worst thing that ever happened to Black people. Right. So, I mean, so the progress with my kids, one of the things we made sure is that we had a lot of family reunions. So we made sure they had to come, but they would never get the experience we had, because it was glamorous when you tell it, but living through that kind of stuff, none of us would want our kids to live through that kind of stuff. You know, so the dichotomy is there. And we didn't really, we got through it. I don't know how we did it. It was only one bathroom with like 13. I don't know how we did it. But I don't think anybody says in my evolutionary thought that it's a trade-off between how close we are together or living with some space. One of the things I did, I made sure that my daughters never had TVs in their room because of that same kind of thought, you know, because if they did, they would never come out. They would just have a TV. They would do this. So we had communal things. So they had to come out and they talked to us. We could monitor what they saw and all that kind of stuff. So, and that was part of the reason, you know, but think about it. My daughter, when she was 8 years old, I couldn't even fathom her going from taking a bus, a train, and another bus to go to school on her own. It'd be child abuse if something happened to her these days, right?
But for us, we did it. I mean, like I said, when I was living in those motels, I was taking a bus from, again, Route 1 from Elizabeth to the Linden school system and back. And I'm like, I'm not even of legal age. I'm like 12, 13 years old doing that. And didn't really think anything of it. So, you know, but now you got kids, it's like, if they got to walk a mile, It's like, okay, take the car to go. You could walk down to the 7-Eleven or whatever and get something. It's like, nah, I don't feel like walking. It's a nice walk. It's 75 degrees. It's perfect. I'm not walking to go
I had
anywhere.
to walk uphill both ways. That's the story. I had to walk uphill both ways to get to, you know.
Now they be like,
man.
hey, now they be like, Dad, I'm gonna take an Uber to the gas station.
Also,
they don't even want to borrow the Jag. It was like, I just want to take an Uber to the gas station.
Uber came out with Uber has a whole system now just for the children.
Yeah.
They have a whole platform now just for sending an Uber to go pick up your kid now. And it's like, I had to get on the train. If I wanted to go out on Friday night, I had to go catch the metro.
Man,
you know what I mean? And go
walk 5-6 blocks to catch the school bus.
Just to go to movies, hang out with my friends.
Right.
If I want to go to my friend's house, my mom, hey mom, can I get a ride? No, you can get on the metro though. You know what I mean? You can go get on the bus and go see your friend if that's what you want to do. And I understand. Listen, I understand the security aspect of it. I live that world. I get that. But at the same time, I think it's absolutely necessary. I think that's the form of independence that we need to teach our children versus the independence of, you can sit in your room. Because that's what I did. I grew up in Sega Genesis, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Dreamcast. I had the first Sony PlayStation. I grew up in that era of the Macs computer, the first Mac. I grew up in all of that. And so, I could be in my room, TV on, Game Gear in my hand or Game Boy in my hand, you know what I mean? And completely zoned out to everything else that's going on in the world. Whereas prior to us moving into the home that my mom got for us, there was one TV in the living room and everybody had to watch the one TV because that's all we had. And you can literally, there's a difference in my family. I can't speak for everybody else's family. But in my family, you can clearly see the difference between when we didn't have much versus when people started to get things, start to get houses and cars. You can see the family started to sort of just do like this. And then people started passing away. Insurance money started coming into the family, right? People were getting more money. People were getting better jobs, degrees. And it's just like the family just sort of just separates at that point. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that you didn't have that communal TV anymore. You didn't have Sunday dinners anymore. We don't do Sunday dinners anymore. Most families don't do that anymore. We don't have this sort of family time. I've been told that I've walked right by cousins of mine. I didn't even know they were my cousin. Somebody told me, that's your cousin, right? No, of course not. Why would I know? We don't do family reunions. How would I know? No,
we talked about family reunions yesterday, man. We had a broadcast called If I Were the Devil. I think you should probably check that out, man. It was pretty good. But the importance of family, man, is not advertised as it should be. I think we do it a disservice. Earlier, our Payne talked about the word partnership. You know what I mean? And how people want to glamorize that particular word. Back in the day, man, you used to introduce your wife as your beautiful bride. You know what I'm saying? We put some respect on our wife's name. You know what I'm saying? Now we want to downgrade her to a partner. So I don't think that's really a good advertisement of women wanting to be wives if they're coming in thinking, they're going to be a partner. It sounds good on these YouTube streets, but if you ever heard some guy describing his wife as his bride, that's man, let me tell you something. He put some stank on that thing. It was like, your bride, come on, player on. You know what I'm saying? And I think we gotten away from that. So, Payne, could you go into a little bit about that, man? Because I know we talked about that earlier, about people not calling marriage what it is. They're not advertising. They're not selling it as what it should be. They're selling it as a partnership versus what a marriage really is.
Well, the reason why I thought about that, because I did a show here on BMU's channel about partnership agreements between men and the women. It had mixed reviews, but I think there's something between having a relationship that we see today where people are just cheating on each other and they say they're in a relationship, but they don't mean shit by it. And then a marriage, which nobody wants to do anymore. But there's still people who want to get together. So what does that look like? I mean, if you're a guy and a gal and you want to be together, how do you make that formal without being married? So it's really a real partnership. You look at the business aspects of it, And you still need to have paperwork for some basic shit, especially if you're going to have children or if you're going to share assets. If you're going to do those kind of things, you can't just do that by verbal shit, especially if you ever break up, right? So, so there's got to be something in between that needs to be, I guess, embellished and talked about, because that sounds like a compromised position, right? Both men and women don't talk about marriage anymore. They talk about being partners, right? So how do you lean into that? I don't have the answer, but I know it's different than just being in a relationship, and I know it's different than just being in a marriage, because the marriage, the overall thing about the marriage to me is the vows. If you before God, if you believe in that, there's got to be some substance to it. It's just not words at the altar, right? And it's because the partnership is underneath that, right? Because there's an implicit partnership between you and your wife, but you're not partners, you're husband and wife. So there's some business element to that, whether you want to recognize that or not. That's why the state wants you to have a license. So all I'm just saying is, so a lot of people don't want the marriage thing. Definitely women sound like they don't want it because they only talk about partners, right? That's it. I remember the last girl that I met at a family reunion just recently, last year. She's one of the family members. I never met her before. And she came over to me and my wife's table. And she says, yeah, listen, me and my partner are getting together. I said, oh, you're a lesbian? That's the first thing I thought about. I asked her what she just laughed. She just laughed. I said, are you a lesbian? And she said, no, he's the guy. And she showed me a picture. I said, does he know you call him a partner? Because they weren't married. So that's cool. So she was trying to tell me they were closer than just hanging out.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you shape that. I mean, I'm not the one to shape it, but I think the people who want to live that life, the Gen Zers, the young millennials, they need, if they find a woman or a man who's willing to be together, share resources, they somehow have to decide, they have to define that shit for themselves. But if you do it without paperwork and you start sharing resources and start having kids, how does that work? Especially, even if you stay together, but in the inevitability, if you don't have to go and thinking you're going to break up. But if one of you gets sick and you don't have no paperwork, the hospital could keep you away from that other person.
If you know what, Arpain? We got a word for that. You know what I'm saying? On the obituary, they call it your special friend. That's exactly what you are.
My only thing.
Let me just try this on one real quick thing.
Sure.
What happened to DMX's girl? It's 15, 16 years. They were together with no paperwork, no nothing. Not that he owed her anything, but she didn't protect herself. Right? And so none of his assets went to her because they didn't have no paperwork whatsoever. She was just another lady on the street.
I think she was just willing to settle for the lifestyle. Think about it. Are people really getting married for marriage's sake, or are they getting married for the lifestyle?
Well, we ain't talking about rich people, but
I'm talking about regular people. We ain't talking about the rich.
Is there a lifestyle being married? I don't even know.
Let me tell you something. The women think it's a lifestyle in getting married. Trust me.
No, I believe that, but they thinking that the guy has the ability to fund the lifestyle that they want. That's not the majority of people.
You'd be surprised. Because think about it. There's this talking point that says men will go down in looks, but women are not going to go down in lifestyle. That means wherever they started, where they met you at, you at least keep it there. You know what I'm saying? They're not going down. They're not going backwards. No.
So what's in between? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to define that, but there's something in between that's going on right now. And a regular relationship I call bullshit because everybody's treating that like a game. And then marriage, I think, is too much for some people these days. I've come full circle on that. I say I told my cousins to get married, but I have to say, listen, if you're really, really serious about it, especially if you have children, and here's why. But a lot of them are living in that partnership kind of deal. So already I said, well, do you guys have paperwork? What happens if something happens to both of you? Where does the kids go?
Right.
That kind of shit. I mean, do you have a will?
That's still whack to me, though. I can understand to an extent if you don't want to get married, again, if you want to try it out, but to have kids, that piece, I know people are doing it. And some people, again, are putting the kids before marriage. You know, you have the baby bump at the wedding or whatever. I just don't understand, like, you know, that you want that responsibility of someone who's 100% dependent on you. You talk about your freedoms and all that kind of stuff. Like, a child is going to take away all your freedoms. Whereas if you're married without kids, I mean, you feel like you could actually do more. You know, I mean, you guys can, you know, you can have a quote unquote partner to that extent to do more things. But kids, it's 100% about them. So women feel the need to want to be tied down with a child, but don't want to be tied down with a husband who, Trey, maybe you can help me with that one. I'm not still understanding that. Like, why would you want to intentionally have children with someone that you do not want to marry? I'm not.
I don't
that
think
one
it's
I'm
that-
still confused.
I don't think it's that they don't want to get married. I think it's that they actually do want to get married. It's just that, look, these women. I'm trying to find a nice way to. I'm trying to be nice here, but these women. Malcolm X once said, "Hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. You've been hustled. They have been lied to, and they're confused. They don't know. They don't know. They want to be married." And I'm telling you, I can tell you my personal experience. My daughter's mom, when I first asked her, "Do you want to get married?" She said no. She said no, not me. She said no. I give it. So we had our daughter probably 2 years later, and things were changing. She was changing. Now all of a sudden, marriage was something that she wanted, but she had already dug herself such a deep hole. You know what I mean? By saying she didn't want to get married, that, and me being the guy that I am, I'm going to challenge you on that, because that's not what you said at first. And now you're changing. Why are you changing all of a sudden? Right? Explain yourself. So I think that a lot of them deep down inside, biologically, chemically, molecularly, they want to be married. I think that there's such societal pressure from feminism and womanism and all this other stuff that has told them, don't do this. For all the reasons that we tell men not to get married, the women are being told not to get married, but then they're realizing, no, I actually want to be married. I want to be a wife, but they're up shit's creek without a paddle. And then they have, the kid is just compounding that. The idea for them, I think a lot of the time is they've always wanted to be married. And there's whatever reason, there's a confusion. I don't know if that makes sense, Mr. Bennett, but there's a confusion there. And then the kid just compounds it. But they've always wanted to. If you actually sit down and talk to these women one-on-one, without the social media, without all the extra, and ask them, you really want to be married? Yes or no? They'll tell you, yeah, I would love to get married. But then if you put them in a group of their girlfriends, and their girlfriends and the overarching decision amongst the group is, nah, girl, we don't need no minute. She's just gonna, high mindset. She's gonna go right along with it. But when you break them down and get them by themselves, they have a different opinion. I learned that the hard way, because I was 2 years in with a child, and this woman's looking at me like, when are we getting married? Well, we're not, because you didn't want to. And I didn't want to, and that was the reason. That was my selection for why I chose you. I chose you because I asked you if you wanted to get married, and you said no. Had she said yes, we would have never gotten that far. You know what I mean? But because she said no, I took her word for it. Okay, you said no, you don't want to be married. We're going to keep it moving. And now that the baby's here, we got the house together. I mean, we're essentially playing man and wife, right? But we're not married. She's looking at it like, and then you have other people, Mr. Bennett, friends are getting married, right? My family, my cousins are getting married. Everybody, we go into weddings, 2 or 3 times a year. So everybody's getting married around you. And she's like, all right, when is it going to be my turn? And I later found out that she was hoping that I was going to propose at the baby shower. I can tell you right now, I wasn't even close to even thinking about proposing at the baby shower. Right. It wasn't even in my mind to propose at the baby shower. And that's when things, started to turn. So to answer your question, Mr. Ben, I think a lot of women deep down inside are fighting this storm inside of themselves of whether or not they want to be married, and they don't. And I think truthfully, deep down inside, they honestly do want to be married. They just don't know how to come out and say it with all the societal norms and pressures.
Interesting. And just
Let me ask you a question, Trey. Follow-up question. I think when you ask women, do they want to be married? I think we need to asking a bunch of deeper questions. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what the role of a wife is? And once you start getting nuance like that, they'll think, well, I'm just supposed to stay at home and do this and blah, 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 blah. Well, a wife is a servant, just like a husband is a servant. You know, if you going into this looking to just extract, then you probably shouldn't be married. You know what I mean? Your definition of marriage needs to be evaluated. You know what I'm saying? What's the purpose of a wife? And I think once we start getting down into that, I think we probably need to looking like, you know, are these people really qualified for the journey? Trey Ferg, let me ask you a question. You're in the military, right?
I was, yes.
All right. Let me ask you a question. That means when you left boot camp, that means you were certified to protect and serve. Is that correct, sir?
At least I thought I was, yeah. Correct.
Well, you were Uncle Sam said you were prepared and you're ready for action, right? Okay. How many people are actually ready and prepared for action for marriage? You know what I'm saying? What if there was a boot camp that you had to complete before you got married? How many people really would get married? And even if you did pass, I think more people will probably have more respect for marriage. Because if you look at it, all people talk about is the horror stories. Oh, he cheated on me, or she cheated on me, and she did this, and he did that. They're actually painting a picture of marriage that never should have been. So when you in the scope of that, when you ask them about do you want to get married, they're going to think about the horror stories and say, no, I don't want to be married, because their idea of marriage is from a place of people who weren't qualified to be married in the first place. I can't tell you how many times we sit up on these panels, man, and watch other people tear marriage a new hole. You know what I'm saying? They say it ain't no good in this, and I realize when we see people get married, it's a complete opposite thing. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Bennett, how many times have you seen in your lifetime people who have had regular marriage? You know what I mean? None of this drama stuff that we see on Lifetime TV and on YouTube, just the regular average marriage. How many of those have you seen versus the dysfunctional stuff that we hear about?
Certainly a lot more than the dysfunctionals, for sure. The only thing I would say though is it's like at every point in the marriage though, it can change it can get dysfunctional. You know what I mean? Like I said, when the pandemic came, we had couples that we knew. I mean, we were in like couples marriage ministries together and whatnot, and we lost touch for a couple years during the pandemic. And I can't tell you how many when we saw them afterwards, we just assumed that those folks were like still together, and they weren't. And so that was an eye opener for me, in that, you have to treat it, certainly, especially if you have been married for a while, you can't take any year for granted, and you have to work on it all the time. So I guess, depending on the circumstances, again, sometimes you don't know what a marriage is until it's tested. And certainly these people who've gone through, living confined and all the stresses, or you lost a job or something like that because of the situation, you don't know necessarily how strong a marriage is. So on one hand, I can say, yeah, I haven't seen a lot of dysfunctional ones, but then you find out later on that they might have been together, but they might not have been like really together, or there were some things on the surface. They played like they were happily married, and they really weren't. Or they couldn't deal with the stresses of that, whatever the external forces that were on them at that particular time. So yeah, so it was heartbreaking. I mean, you got 20 plus years in the game, and you guys decided at this point to just throw in the towel. Or if the kids are, the kids are grown now, so we don't have to play husband and wife anymore. We can just depart now. So that was telling. But yeah, but I don't hear tons of horror. I mean, if anything, I can look at my own family for horror stories. My mom and dad, my two of my sisters had very dysfunctional marriages, at least first marriages anyway. One of my sisters, she got remarried again. She's been married almost 30 years now, but her first one was a doozy. So I've seen some of that stuff up close. I've seen aunts and uncles when I lived in Georgia and seeing how some of that stuff worked. I've seen my uncle shoot my literally beat my aunt, his wife, with a stick, like beat her. I mean, it's like, so I've seen a lot of dysfunctional stuff, but in my adult life though, no, most people generally want things to work, or they go in it with, I think, good intentions.
Right.
But I still think you have to be mindful of why you're married and what you're trying to accomplish, and make sure you maintain year to year, especially the longer you get married. Because I think a lot of people, it's not just one event, oh, you cheated on me or something like that. A lot of times I've seen it's like you drift. You know what I'm saying? It's like a ship 1 or 2 degrees off course over a certain period of time. You could be hundreds of miles off course. And I think a lot of times that what happens too. And I think with these couples, especially during the pandemic, they realized we're way off. But for some reason, they didn't still have the wherewithal or the will to get back on course. So that's why, again, I'm intentional about saying I only work in the season I'm in. So I said, look, this is I'm in my 28th season, and that's all I focus on. The prior 27, it doesn't matter to me. It's this one right here is the one that matters. You got to work on it all the time.
Can I chime in on that too? Because
sure,
I learned early on in these YouTube streets, nobody wants to hear about your marriage unless you got horror stories to tell. Nobody wants to hear the shit you have to say. First of all, they won't believe you. And even on this channel, when I said, listen, you have to be able, when we broached the subject about, sexless marriages, and I said, listen, there's some clues that I think men let lapse, and they let it lapse for so long they can't get it back. I said, you sometimes you have to check the woman when she's drifting away from your regular rhythm. I got my ass kicked for saying that. So pretty much I want to say, I stopped saying that kind of shit anymore about my marriage because nobody really believes me. I was on This Might Be Risky one of these days, and we were talking about some of the same subjects, and I was telling them that me and my wife don't argue. Just so happened she was coming up into the room, and she was bringing me some dinner, and I asked her right in front of everybody. I said, listen, hey, wife, tell these guys how often we argue. Out of the clear blue. Now, I opened myself up to a whole can of worms. I don't know what. I said, what the hell, man? Because usually she don't like to come on. And so she started talking to them, saying, listen, we really don't argue. And then, we had Fatty on there, and you know how Fatty thinks about women. Yeah. And we got all these people on there, and they were asking her questions, and I just shut up and let her answer. And it was like really impromptu. Now, she could have said the wrong thing, whatever. But she's more judicious than that, but it wasn't that hard. We don't argue that much. And the question was, who wins the arguments when you do? So she said, I do, right?
Right.
She said she does. And I said before, I said, I do. Right. Yeah. So they jumped on that. She said, she won. I said, well, if she won, then that's cool. I don't have no problem with that because it obviously was something I could live with.
Think about it, man. If she won, you don't lose. You know what I'm saying?
so I said, but it was really impromptu. I mean, my man Hamp put that shit behind the firewall, by the way. Yeah. You got to pay to see that whole thing. But it was really impromptu because she never comes on camera because most people believe she don't exist.
Right.
Because I'm the only one talking. So that was pretty cool because, I gave her a high five and shit. I said, thank you. Good answer, baby. Wow, God damn it.
Well, shout out to my wife.
I'm gonna just land it there. I'm just saying, listen, a lot of people want to hear horror stories, or they say you're not really married. And every time I hear somebody who's married say how hard it is, I kind of push back and say it's not supposed to be that hard. Not if you're committed. It's not supposed to be that hard.
It's not hard.
Well, that's where I get a little confused because that's to say like there's a filter on marriage and every marriage is going to be, to some degree, it's going to be the same. I think if I know that I can't get along with a woman, well, obviously there's no relationship, right?
Right.
There shouldn't be a relationship. I think a lot of these guys, and this is where I do kind of get on the fellas on this. If you're choosing a woman that you purely at the base level, if you can't sit down with her in a park and do a puzzle, you know what I mean? Or just something simple, you know? I watch grandparents and great aunts and uncles, you know, they would have their morning coffee out on the little deck or whatever, and they'd be reading the newspaper. And I'd be like, they just get along. Like, there's just not much, it's not over complicated. It's simple. It's like, okay, they figure it out. They just get along. I don't know if you'll ever have that with these younger generations because of, obviously, social media plays a huge role in it. But just the idea of just getting along is not something that you think about. Even if you talk, you know, obviously I go out on dates, we have conversations with these women. They don't ever talk about just getting along, just being cool, just having that little simple thing that's an us thing. You know, one of the things I had in my previous relationship that was just an us thing was we could go to the gym. And no matter how pissed we were at each other, no matter how mad we were at each other, I text her gym at 4:30. Okay, that was the answer. At least we could always get back on track with, all right, let's go to the gym, let's go work out together, right? That was a part of the getting along. I don't think you see younger couples who are just attempting to just at a base level just get along. I think that's a little bit. I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a little bit of an art form to that. That
it really
that's
is.
sort of a learned sort of thing. You just don't. You know, even with me, I can be abrasive. I can be harsh. I have a personality. You know, I mean, I can be difficult. You know, I can be stubborn. I have to learn how to get along with women. You know what I mean? Because I have to remind myself they don't think like how I think. They're not as pragmatic as I am and common sense as I am. You know what I mean? So I have to learn how to get along. I don't think that's a quality that's being taught to the younger generations.
You know what I think, Trey? I think when we have these conversations, there's something that's being missed. It's nuanced. It speaks to what you said earlier about whether or not you even like that person. I'm gonna pinch you guys an exercise, okay? And it really goes to whether or not you actually like that person. I think some people like other people for their own selfish needs, and this is how I'm gonna explain to that. If you could separate the person you're dating's sexual organs from them, and you can just walk away with the sexual organs, would you still care about that person, or you just got the good parts that you like? You see what I'm saying? If you can only answer that you only like the parts that they like, then you don't give a damn about that person. And I think that's what we're missing, you know, men and women. You know, if that man never had a job or whatever, would you still like him? If he couldn't put it down, would you still like him? Or if she couldn't fulfill all your sexual fantasies, would you still like her? You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. Do you care about that person? Because at the end of the day, how you frame that question says more about you as a person than it does the other person, and vice versa. You see what I'm saying? Are you really in it for what you can get that only satisfy you? Or do you really give a damn about the person you said I do to, and I'll spend the rest of my life with? You see what I'm saying? That is the exercise that you should be putting in your head. Trey Ferg.
Let's play the exercise then. Let's go with it. You want Trey to answer? Who you want to answer? Trey Ferg?
Let's start with Trey Ferg first.
Based off everything I've heard, shout out to my wife for getting us a scribble poll during COVID and bringing us
about. Keep that flame, going.
Appreciate you, baby. I'll let her know.
The window to the house.
Appreciate you.
Oh my gosh.
Bringing us together.
Hang on, Trey Ferg. Is the poll for you or is it for her?
Hey, listen, we got it. It swings both ways.
Both ways.
That's all I'm saying. And it's not too far from me. But you know, it's just the dynamic space that we in right now. And then when we talk about building together, but then the one foundation that builds us together, we tiptoeing around it and hoping that I can do it by myself. We can't do it by ourselves. So if you want a partner, you better have a 50-page contract to try to cover yourself. If you want a husband, if you want a wife, learn and understand and value what those values are in being a husband and a wife. We already have a lot of children born into the repeated cycle of less. I mean, we in a gray damn area, Brother Bennett, as far as our future. And I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the next 25 years. We're still going to be talking about the one foundation that got your grandmother, your grandfather, got you through life is being the family. And we're talking about not even having a family. It's scary. These modular homes, they're not building them for poor people that want to be single. We don't have the land. We don't buy land, so we can't put those homes anywhere. You got to move to Montana, Idaho, places we know black folk don't like to go because you got to fight off the bear. But if
they want to hang out with the bear, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I just think that, whether you get married or not, if you find somebody that y'all want to be partners and build their foundation, just understand what you're getting into and know that it's going to be a lifetime of work. It's going to be a lifetime of work. So I don't know, man. We see what's there. We see the problems. Every other community can get married and build. I would take 50%. We know everybody ain't going to get married. I would take the 50% marriage rate over the 80% of child born out of wedlock rate any day. I'll take that. Right now, it's like it's upside down. We take the 80% and match it with our 20% of marriage. That's 100%. But we failing in the unity. So I just hope we can find a way, man, because this shit's scary as hell.
Appreciate it.
Scary right now.
Our pain. If your wife was Mrs. Potato Head and you could take all the good parts off, would you still be in love with her, man? Would you still care?
Yeah, because it's funny because sex with my wife wasn't the first thing on my list.
All right now.
It wasn't even nowhere. It wasn't at the top. I mean, I had enough relationships with girls, ladies. I think what worked in my benefit is that most of my sexual encounters, I actually liked the women I was with. I actually
that's how it's supposed to work, to be honest.
I actually liked a lot of those chicks, man. I remember some of them, and they were nice people. So, but I went cold turkey when I met my wife, but that was sex with her wasn't at the top of my list. I can't speak for her, but it wasn't. So it was easy for me to say, well, is this good? Is it bad? Is it mediocre? I didn't measure that because that's not why I married. I just knew that we connected when we needed to connect, and that was enough for me. And so, so the answer is nah, man. That's just like today, I mean, we're older now. We ain't hopping around in bed like bunnies and shit, So we have a good time when we go and actually get together. So the fact is, no, it's never at the top, man. My wife is irreplaceable to me. And sex is not at the top of the list. I mean, I can just honestly say that.
That's what's up. Mr. Bennett, if your wife didn't have the yum-yums, the good, you know what I'm saying? The tastes great, you know what I'm saying? She had it, would you still care, man? Would you still love
tastes
her?
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's interesting. Our pain, again, we're different in that extent. Sex was at the top of the list. That's that was number one. But I would certainly say here, if the sex ended for whatever reason where we just couldn't do it, of course I would still love her. I would never leave her. I mean, I would definitely stay with her for the rest of my life. That's my vow. That's my covenant with God. So that wouldn't change. I would just hope though we could still be intimate. And again, just go back to that show a couple weeks ago. We were talking about that, how, kissing in a lot of ways is more important than sex in terms of the intimacy of your relationship. You can, like I said, you can have sex angry. You can just say, look, just bend her over and just knock it out and then push her in the bed and leave the room and whatever.
Be aggressive.
You could do that. You know what I mean? But I can't kiss my wife if I'm angry. You know what I'm saying? If we're at odds, don't get in this space right here. It's like, no, I don't want you in there. So if we could still kiss, I would still feel like she's my wife, regardless. Because of the covenant that I made. Again, I'm not leaving her for that. But if we could still do that, then that would still connect me to the marital part of it, the intimate part of it for me. If I could have that. So they would make it would certainly make it easier. But yeah, you got so much time invested in you. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I'm not, and quite frankly, I really don't want anybody. If I wanted somebody else, honestly, I'd probably pick someone who looked exactly like her. You know what I mean? I've developed a taste for dark chocolate. She's tall. She's 5'11", and I'll probably be like, and every woman I look at, like I'll look at a woman that's like, yeah, that's a fine looking woman. But the first thing I think about is my wife. Yeah, she might be fine for them, but she doesn't have this. She doesn't have that. Oh, did she have 3 kids? Put 3 kids in her and see if she looks fine after that. I mean, so it's so all these other women compare to her, not the other way around. And so in that sense, she's got me. She's got like my affinity, my affection. I'm not gonna say, yeah, a woman doesn't look good. Yeah, my head won't turn and look at it and say that's a fine looking woman or whatever. But the whole package, nah, it's I think my DNA has been reprogrammed. So she's it. I'm cleaved to an extent. So if it had to go to that, I would certainly miss it. But yeah, I'm ride or die with her.
Yeah, I think that speaks more to what the topic is about character tonight. It's in your character to do what you said you was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I don't think a lot of people stick to that character. I'm gonna get to Trey in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and do this super chat. $10 super chat to Big Ann 11. Appreciate the $10. He said, respect to the panel and pain talking about sex again. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know what? That's awesome right there. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna see what we can pull up, man, so we can get this thing rolling. I know. Let me see if I can find my man. Who see if I can find the man. Give me 1 second. The Chinese chicken. Here we go. No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna do Mr. Oden.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Oh, whatever you want, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm
That brother's cold,
good
man.
music, man.
That brother's cold.
That's right. Now we're gonna get over to Trey. Trey, I'm gonna ask you the question, sir. If you could snap off all the good parts like Mrs. Potato Head and take it with you, would you still care about the chick, man?
21-year-old me? No.
Yeah. So you can take it all the parts with you.
Yeah, I'm taking every bit I'm taking the whole damn potato with me. No. Soon to be 40-year-old Trey in December.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, sex is important, but her character, her personality, what type of woman she is, what she stands for, what she represents, how she represents me, how she could potentially carry my last name, that is far exceeds sex at this point in my life. I made the decision that I want more kids as I go into my 40s. What type of mother she'll be, what type of values and character, morals she'll teach my children is important. If they are in line with my morals, values, and character, well, obviously they're going to be, because she wouldn't be there if they're not. All of that stuff is far more important and dare I say, more attractive if she has those things than the actual thought of, you know, the big boobs and I'm a booty man and the big booty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It. Don't get me wrong. I'm still a man.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Still a man.
See, like all the yams, you know what I'm saying?
But it doesn't carry the same amount of weight that it once did when I was in my 20s. Her makeup, her character makeup is far more important than the sex. So no, I was going to ask you, did you see the video of the guy? I don't know if it was a skit or not, but I thought it was quite interesting because I've actually been in that situation. I won't say with who, but I've been in that situation.
All right.
Where the girl was asking him, how did you know you loved me? He said, you don't want to know that. You don't want to know how I knew that. And she's like, no, I want to know. He's like, no, you don't want to know. He's trying to talk her out of it, but she kind of just like presses him. He's like, all right, fine, I'll tell you. He said, I knew I loved you because the sex is trash.
Wow.
and I still wanted to be with you. I still wanted to be with you. I still wanted to be around you. I still wanted to talk to you. I still wanted to care for you, protect you. I still wanted to do all them things, even though I was not having the best sex in my life. And that made me think like, yeah, I've been there. I've been in that situation where sex did not take the precedent. And I still wanted to care for this woman. I still wanted to protect her and lead her because I was digging her as a woman, not because she could throw that ass in a circle.
Right. You know, I think that's a fantastic point, man, as far as men picking women with character, because we promote, you know, on Instagram, we see all the BBLs and the breast lift, which is nothing new because, you know, in the early 80s, man, when they had Baywatch, you know, in the 90s, they used to talk about people getting breast implants. Remember that, Mr. Bennett?
Yes,
that's
sir.
all they used to talk about, man. What are you going to go? I'm going from a B to a triple
Well,
D.
look, I mean, Dolly Parton had her stuff since like the 70s. Man,
Dolly. That's my girl. And I got a crush on Dolly, man. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Triple D Dolly.
Triple D Dolly.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Man, I had the biggest crush on Dolly Parton, man, as a kid, man. You know what I'm saying? And then she messed around this past year and she put on a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit. Listen, on my birthday, I was fit to be tied. You understand what I'm saying? I was fit to be tied. I'm like, you know what? This is the best birthday ever.
Wow.
Because, you know, the Cowboys my team, man. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Dolly got the outfit on. And then somebody sent me a clip with Dolly saying, happy birthday. They had my name on there. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm through.
That's it.
I can leave this earth. I'm satisfied now.
It's a wrap.
Dolly said my name. I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think, man, in general, I think men probably need to put more stock in women with character, man. You know, because it requires a little bit more. You know, you have to look past all the other stuff because the first thing we call about is she beautiful first? And then we'll see if she got everything else we need. But generally, man, sometimes that the wagon be empty, man. It's usually the ones that's the loudest. They got all the fun parts that everybody likes. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that get a guy's hell. You know, start asking real questions, man, fellas. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we got to make sure that women, you know, let them know, hey, look, there are still guys out here looking for women with character. You know, sometimes you might have to clean yourself up a little bit, make yourself a little presentable. You know, at least look decent. You know what I'm saying? And maybe those guys will say something to you. Trey Ferg, let me ask you a question before we wrap up. What advice would you give to women who are thinking that men are just going after the fun parts instead of the best parts? What would you tell them about their confidence and putting themselves in a place to be found by a man of character?
I mean, I would say it would be hard for me to give specifics, you know, in a detailed manner, but, you know, I think women need to understand, especially younger women, that their body is their golden ticket, you know, meaning that it's just unfortunately in today how both male and female are geared towards sex before they're geared towards anything else. Before they even understand a possible career choice or just overcoming or getting help dealing with trauma based off whatever life, family or whatever that people tend to own as far as their life issues. I think and our parents say it all the time, it's hard to teach one of the most natural things for us to not even want one of the most natural things as being a man and a woman. When we get to a certain age, we all come to that age where sex drives us. I think it's unfortunate that the younger generation, they're not only driven by sex, but they sort of guided towards sex. Everything else is secondary, but having a relationship and sex and and
most sex
money,
and sex
this
on the beach.
transactional sex. It's almost like we took the simp culture. I mean, it's like the pimp culture is now the simp culture.
Absolutely.
Because women are wanting the transactional over the character and the love, because transactions can come and go, and not everybody's prepared to make the transactions a lot of times, but the character is something that continues to build. And that's why I see, as far as the young people, they have to understand that their body and mind are the two golden tickets that they have, especially for a man. How he thinks, how he moves, how he carries himself, how he builds his physical strength up, how he doesn't be too hard on him as far as his mental strength. Try to separate from those that sort of just always putting you down, talking bad about you. But I also think that as far as the women, they're going to have to allow the man to groom the men. They're going to have to do that. Their children are for the women that have children, it seems like a lot of them, their children is their money bag. And it's more about them getting the money in the transaction than allowing those children to have opportunity to be well balanced, to carry the future. It's like they're
Trey, you on mute. Trey, you on mute.
It's more or less, it's like they're intentionally telling the younger women to get the money first. The hell with character. The hell with a man that can build you a small modular house. No struggle love. Don't do this. We all go to the finish line and stand there. And that's where I think the women are failing the younger women, because man, as long as the man keep listening to the young man, I think we always forced to figure it out. But now we can talk to California and Florida in real time, and they can get these messages. And I understand that it's going to take some time, but I think by next election, I think we should be ready to stand as one, young and old, because that's the only way. Because the women ain't gonna step over and allow us to get ahead if we don't stand together. Other than that, y'all better buy y'all little modular house now. Why they 400,000?
Affordable, you know what I'm saying?
800,000. So
get the Amish house then. Get the Amish one.
It's a log cabin. All right, Payne, tell us about it, man. We've had conversations all night long about character and the monies, and modular homes and how it could be possible. You know what I'm saying? So, what advice would you give to a young man who was in a situation where he had to decide between finding a woman of character versus a woman of the world?
Well, again, it's all choices. I think right now, and I say this a lot, that a lot of men couldn't recognize a good woman when he sees them, because a lot of guys in the modern era look at all women as pork chops, man. Can I smash first? I says, if you got to get your head clear somehow and be intentional on what you want. Because even when we talk about this stuff on these panels, even with JT and someone, when he was talking about, well, you got to understand how the women flow these days. You got to have your Instagram ready and all that kind of shit, right? So JT, I was going to say to him, listen, if I have to do all that just to get your attention, I don't want you, because you're not wanting the same things as that. If you need to see me flowing on Instagram to decide whether you want to talk to me or not, I'm not so sure you're the kind of woman I want as a wife, right? So the point is, what do you want? And so there's women out there, and I say this before, and I can shut down again because it's maybe not a great idea. There's a lot of women starting to talk about that they've made a mistake buying into all of the bullshit that they heard.
Right.
They really realize this. Women start more and more saying, you know, actually, I do need a man. I don't just want one. I need one. And it's not just because he could pay half of my bills or all my bills. You know, I'm saying that it's kind of lonely bouncing from man to man, right? Giving up the best of myself and maybe making a mistake I can't come back from. Those are the kind of women you need to go look for. Right. So my daughters are not married, but I think if any guy was smart enough to talk to one of my daughters, they'd be getting a woman that's different than a lot of women out there because they don't buy into this culture, man. My youngest daughter has no social media presence, none at all, none. And my oldest daughter is more tame on social media because she has, you know, she knows better than putting bullshit on there because of the job she has.
Right.
You know, so, and she went through a relationship with a guy, just didn't work out. So I'm just saying that there's good women out there, but the guys today seem that they're too lazy to go and wade through the chaff to find the wheat. I really believe that because they got more excuses than anything else. So what? You got to talk to 100 women to find the one. You only need one, right? So when we did that pop the balloon session on BMU's channel, or when they did that woman that came out there on that pop the balloon session that we did that Monday night, she was, I don't know if she could have been a chameleon, but she was as close to a perfect woman I've ever seen in this modern era. The way she carried herself, the way she talked, her dreams, her aspirations, the way she took rejection when all those guys were popping the balloon. Right. And then the one guy at the end who said, give me my goddamn balloon back. You know, he give my balloon back. Because I said, how could these guys let her get out of there, man? 29 years old, no kids, believe in God, upward mobile, all that kind of stuff. Soft voice, beautiful teeth, big, juicy ass chocolate woman with midnight nipples and everything. Oh my God. You know, so I just added the midnight nipples. She had to have midnight nipples. She talking I had to say, get her off the screen, man. I don't want to see her. But I'm just saying. So I would tell a young guy, keep looking. That's what I tell him. And put this bullshit that you keep hearing on social media behind. Maybe get off of social media and start to learn that the essence of a woman and the essence of men, you know, we're still subject to the laws of nature as men and women. And we belong together. And all the stuff that's keeping us apart is all programmed. You know, if you could look past that, I think you could start to see that some women may have the facade of being city girls, but they're not really city girls. You know, they just want to hang out. So sometimes you can peel that shit by, peel that onion back and say, well, you know what? You're not that bad. And stop trying to smash them. Right? I mean, it's, you know, for a second, just talk to somebody, but, you know, as opposed to trying to get ass on the first night. You know, and maybe there's something there, but I think guys have to you know, to grow up on their own. I don't care if you didn't, you know, have all those past training and all that other shit. It's a new day. You got to negotiate with the women differently. If you want your woman to work and you're working, you got to talk about that shit. And that means also that you can still have leadership, but you actually have to have ownership of what you need to do in your house as well. You can't just throw it on her and ask her to go out there for 50 hours a week, just like you, but she got double duty and you don't need to do that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know what to tell these guys, man. They're sometimes I think they're their own worst enemy, and I'll just end it there. Because I don't think the shit should be that complicated.
Absolutely. Mr. Bennett, let's wrap this thing up, man.
Wow. Again, I think our pain really, landed the ship, landed the plane with those comments. I think for men, I think certainly a woman's attractiveness certainly gets you in, but really what we're talking about is staying power. And I think that's where the character conversation comes in. Because marriage is about staying. It's not about leaving. So I think for the ladies, I really think that again, most guys, we're looking for someone who wants to stay with us, who wants to really ride and follow us. More so than anything else, more so than your job, your occupation, your dreams, like where you want to go. It's like, look, can you get on our page? So whether it be the modular home, the trailer park, the small apartment, or what have you, we just want somebody who wants to go on this journey with us. And really, I think that's where, your focus needs to be. Yes, we, like he said, we're men, we're visual, so certainly your physical attractiveness is funny. When you were, we were talking about that earlier. One of my favorite, not one of my favorite songs, but it's a song it's an old song from back in the day. It's Jimmy Soul.
Yeah.
He had this song called "If You Want to Be Happy for the Rest of Your Life, Never Make a Pretty Woman Your Wife." So from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. So I wouldn't go that far with that. No, we need to, you need to be able to turn us on. We need to be turned on by you. So I wouldn't go to that extreme. But some of the points in the song was, the woman who's not as attractive, she's got to work harder at those other attributes. Cook, clean, keep the home. You get the respect. You get all those things, and those things are important to us. So if women can really focus on those attributes, I think there are men out there, especially I've been in the space long enough, that there's men out there who want those things. They may not admit it off the top, because I think both of us, I think as Trey Taylor was saying earlier, I think a lot of women want to get married, but because of the culture of the people they're around, society saying, nah, you don't want to do that, be your own self. But I think it's happening with some of the guys also. I think a lot of guys out here talking hurt, talking jaded about certain things. But I think those guys really, if they can get with a girl who's willing to, to humble herself and be like, look, let's do this thing together. I'm with you. I think a lot of guys, if they can break those barriers down, I think, a lot of people could be married, could be with someone. And I hate using the term work when it comes to marriage, because it's never about work with me. It's all about decisions.
Right.
It's about decision making and just breaking. And it's interesting how many times we could be so stubborn about something for so long. And when we decide to say, all right, let's just do this, or we let go of something, it's like, oh, it wasn't bad at all. So a lot of our, what we believe, what we put up in our heads, what we, imagine how things would be, it's just that. It's illusions. It doesn't mean anything. There's so much, just in my personal marriage, there was a lot of things I was hanging on to for a while, both of us to an extent. And we got to that place, so, when we talk about, just being able to hang out together and just not do anything but just hang out, because we didn't like being in the other place.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Well, we'd have our Cold Wars for 2 weeks where we wouldn't talk to each other for like 2 weeks, and very little talking. And it hurts. You know what I mean? It's just emotionally hurt. I mean, you're in the same house together, but you're not together. And it just got to a point where it's like, I'm just tired of this. We're tired of this. We just want to be. So some stuff you just got to just drop. But a lot of people just won't do that. So again, the work is, again, letting go of stuff, letting go of your ego, and just like, look, I just want to live at peace with my spouse in my house. And when we decide to do that, we a lot better off. It's gotten better over the years, not worse. And for a lot of people, that's really, and again, for our friends who left after 20, they couldn't let stuff go. And you're going to have to do that if you really want to get to that place in marriage where it's like, yeah, ride or die, we're in this for life. So I'm not saying, character, I think is very important if you're in it for the long term. But as far as our titles going into it, yeah. I mean, women want money. They want us for our money. They want us for our provision. Stop fighting that. Stop thinking that she wants you for your beautiful mind or for your intellect or anything else, unless that intellect translates into money. Just accept that.
Get your character. Show me the money.
Just accept that. And you want the box, accept that. You want it to look good for you. You want the polls. I'm envious, Trey. You got the poll. I didn't, but you got that. Hey, salute to you for that. But yeah, we want that too. But again, what's going to keep us together is going to be the character. what you say, how you think when the person's not around, what you say, what you say when you're in mixed company. Do you salute your wife, or is she the butt of your jokes?
Ooh.
And vice versa. When you with your girls, are you talking about, oh yeah, he this or that or whatever? And one lady comes at your man, what are you gonna say about it? So that's really what keeps you together. That's where your staying power is. So again, it's like the homes, the modular homes that we were looking at earlier. Yeah, it looks good on the outside. Will it last 40, 50 years?
Right.
We didn't even talk about that, the durability of it. I hope they do. I'm not dissing the product or whatever. But if you want something to stay, some of these houses, especially in Jersey, with 100, 120, 150-year-old homes out here, still worth millions of dollars. These old school mansions and whatnot, especially down towards the Jersey Shore. You want that kind of staying power. Or the first sign of something happens or whatever, wind blows over your house or whatever. So, again, the foundation that you build your house on is going to be important. It's the part that no one's really going to see. But that's really where it's at. So yes, character is certainly where where your bread and butter is. But how we get together, those natural forces are still going to be there. And I'm at this age now where I'm saying I'm not even fighting it anymore. Accept it.
Right. You know what? Last week, me and Trey Ferg, I shared him about the type of woman that I like, because a woman describes basically the type of man that you are. She's a reflection. Before we leave, I'm going to show you, if I had to build a woman from scratch, just for me, I'm going to show you what that looks like for me. And then that way you can probably get a better idea of who I am as a person if you see this person. Trey, look at Trey Ferg smile. He already know what time it is. I ran across this young lady, man, on TikTok. And her name is Lizzie. If you guys get an opportunity, make sure you go over to Instagram. It's Lizzie_Harp. And I'm going to show it. And you guys, if I had to build a wife from scratch, this would be her. So if you see her, you tell her Lit said hello. You know what I'm saying? Shoot my shot for me. But here we go. I'm going to share y'all exactly. If I had to build a wife, this is what she would look like. Gentlemen, sometimes you have to share with other men what's possible. Because I think a lot of times we settle for what we think that's the best that we can do.
Mhm.
The reason why Lizzie would probably be the perfect wife for me is because she's intentional. She's skilled at something.
Yes,
She
no,
adds
that's
value. You see what I'm saying? She's also beautiful. She's mild-mannered. You know what I mean? She has a talent. Her talent has allowed her to travel all over the world and to play in different orchestras and meet different people, you know, different events, from fashion shows to full-fledged, you know, outside performances with orchestras. You know what I'm saying? Those type of women are cultured. Those type of women do exist. But gentlemen, those type of women also force you to be the best man that you could possibly be.
True.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
with that being said, gentlemen, I just want to let y'all know, thank you guys for coming out. As always, it has truly been a pleasure. Trey Ferg, thank you so much. Mr. Bennett, always a pleasure. And I want to say thank you so much, R-Pain, for allowing us to come out. Did y'all guys want to add anything before we leave? Because I would hate to leave anything on the bone.
Well, yeah, you gotta finish the story. You ever sent a DM, man? What's up? You know, ever try to reach out to this sister, this chick?
R-Pain was saying you got to shoot your shot. You know, shoot your shot.
Yeah, he ain't answering, huh?
Put it like she knows who I am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Well, okay,
Nice.
let me end it with this. That's what I said to these guys. You know, if you're gonna use social media for bad, there's a way to use it for good.
Right.
And it's what the ladies are saying. Some ladies are actually saying some good stuff. I challenged them.
Right.
I would challenge. They all have Instagram. I'll say, listen, if you really believe what you say, I'm that kind of guy who's looking for somebody that's serious. You know, whatever you need to know from me, just let me know, and I'll send you whatever kind of bona fides you need, and maybe we could just talk, you know, on you know, whatever, before we meet up. But I don't think the guys know how to shoot their shot like that.
Boy, let me tell you something. If you're gonna shoot a shot, you might as well shoot for the damn moon. You know what I'm saying?
No
That's
doubt.
a damn hell of a shot, boy.
But let me land it on that, man. I think the guys need to do that.
Right.
All right.
Mr.
I
Bennett.
might have to add another B to the group here. So again, salute to the bold and the beautiful, the beneficent, benevolent, bold, bifocal brotherhood of the Community Network. Because I'm taking all our brothers sporting our glass eyewear.
Yes.
So hey.
That's funny, man.
So I'm going to have to call us the 8B network on this one, but this is a fun conversation. I enjoyed that, and thank you, Lost, for sharing those videos. I thought, you know, certainly they I think they were definitely eye opening, and really, you know, hopefully conjures some people some ideas. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways. You have to start thinking differently,
right.
Especially in this economy where things are at. And I'm just hoping young people, with the information that's out there, that we can, you know, put some ideas, put some seeds so they can start thinking outside the box in terms of how to survive and how to thrive in this country, you know, where things are going. But I think it's definitely going to have to come to a point where we understand we need each other more than ever. And it's going to take a team effort. It's going to take a cooperative effort for us to thrive. So yeah, but the very insightful videos you shared tonight. Thank you for those.
Thank you, sir. Trey Ferg. Trey already knew this was coming, man. You know, we talked about this last week, man, last Friday. And I was telling him, you know, men need to know what's possible.
Yes.
You know, it makes you a better man, when you got to shoot that kind of shot, you know. So with that being said, I also shared it because I want other women to know that this is your competition.
That does feed into my Monday show, by the way.
Say what?
That does feed into my Monday show, by the way.
Dadgum right, that's your competition. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out.
All right, man. Good night.
Barbershop once again at the Black Men Unfiltered Network. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe, and if you got any questions, make sure you hit the comments section at the end of the show. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you and good night.
Salute, guys. Have a great weekend. Yep.